All right. Thank you, everyone, for showing up this evening. I'd like to call the October 15, 2019 meeting to order. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Silva?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fitzgerald? Here. Councilmember Flory? Here. Councilmember Whitaker?
Here.
Councilmember Zara?
Here. All right, and I'd like to call up Pastor Fernando Villacaña up for the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. You got the name almost right.
I know, I didn't.
Villacaña. Right, you got it.
I didn't see that I.
That's all right. When you came on board as the new mayor, my wife says, "Who's the new mayor?" I said, Jesus Silva. She says, "Jesus, you're in good hands there." So there you go. Want to thank all of you, City Council. Thank you so much for everything you do. We appreciate you. It's a thankless job so often, but there are people that appreciate everything you do. Chief, thank you for your support and participation at the Local Heroes Recognition Sunday. We appreciate that as well. So also appreciate the opportunity to pray. Let's bow our heads in the presence of God as we pray and give an invocation. Father, your word declares that the blessing of the Lord maketh rich and you add no sorrow to it. And we understand that it's not talking about monetary richness. It's talking about richness of the soul and the spirit to those that look to you. So we pray today, Heavenly Father, and we come to you asking for your guidance, your wisdom, your support as we begin this meeting this evening. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion. Allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of community as we come together. Fill us with your grace. And as we make decisions or decisions are made as a result of this meeting, we pray that they would be decisions that would benefit all of us. And continue to remind us that all of us here today, whatever's accomplished, we do it for the honor and glory of God, for the service of humanity. We seek blessings on tasks before us, and we pray that you would bless our efforts with insight, impartiality. We pray that you would bless the members of our city council, our honorable mayor, and all who are here. And we ask it in the name of our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Zara, would you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And before we put out a closed session, I'd just like to announce that we will be moving item, let me make sure I get it right, item 13 will be moved up as the first item under regular business. So we'll go 13, 10, 11, 12. So we'll take that one up first. And then, City Attorney, do you have any closed session?
We have two items to report out of closed session. The first is the case of Marcelo Macias versus the City of Fullerton in federal court. The City Council has unanimously approved a settlement in the amount of $30,000. Secondly, with respect to labor negotiations, the City Council reports that it has rejected proposals. The city proposal to the FFMA dated August 21, 2019. FMEF proposal dated September 9, 2019. FMA proposal dated September 5, 2019. All these have been rejected.
Thank you. And at this time, do any council members have ex parte communication to report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I spoke to Dan Lancaster, of the president of the Fire Association, Fulton's Firefighters Association, and we discussed some of the items on the closed session. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also received a text message yesterday from Dan Lancaster, president of the FFA, and he also, we discussed the closure of one program in place of a training program.
And I also received the same text, but I did not respond to him. So, but all right. And there are no presentations. So at this time, is there any members of the public that would like to pull out any? No, wait a minute. I'm always getting this wrong. Members of the public can express support or opposition for consent items during public comments. If the public would like to ask a question or further discussion of an item, now is the time to request the city council to pull the item from the consent calendar. So do we have any items that need to be pulled?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to pull items 6 and items 7. And,
All right.
And items 9, please.
Okay, so 6, 7, and 9. Any, Mr. Whitaker?
Item 4 and 5, only to register a no vote on my behalf. I don't really require discussion on those.
Okay. All right, so 4 and 5. All right, so
So, Mr. Mayor, on that,
yes.
his vote can be reflected just as no during the normal. They don't have to be pulled on that.
Okay, fair enough. All right, then. So at this time, we will proceed to public comments. And again, public comments on non-agenda items within the jurisdiction of City Council and on consent calendar items now pulled from the consent calendar. So again, I would ask that we stick to the items that we have purview over. And with that, Madam Clerk, how many do we have?
We have 11 slips.
All right.
So if the speakers will please, I think you're already here already, but anyone who's not lined up on the wall, please line up at the wall, and the first one come to the podium.
All right.
My name is Todd Harrison, and I'm one of the endangered residents of Rancho La Paz Mobile Home Park. The overwhelming legal opinion that Mr. Saunders' proffered leases are the ultimate and one-sided clauses written to crush the homeowners has brought him some issues. There are 360 homes in Rancho La Paz. There are over 300 signatures to the document he has received that ask him to discuss the terms most overreaching and unenforceable in the leases. As I said 2 weeks ago, we homeowners now have the opinion of 4 lawyers telling us just how bad these terms are. We know from the estoppel clause that Mr. Saunders likely needs the leases in place to demonstrate income to lenders, and he is not getting that with these worst clauses as written. My 3 minutes here goes quickly, so I will attempt to show you the one that I think stinks the worst. In the mediation about the schedule of rent increases, we asked that the leases be assignable, and there is a clause to that effect. But the following clause condenses to Mr. Saunders being able to raise the rent of the new seller anyway and require that they get a new lease. In addition, if the lease is assumed by the new buyer, the seller of the home is still required to be responsible for the rent of the space if the buyer fails to perform as written. Sell my house and still be liable for the new owner's rent? Really? Who on this planet would sign that? Yeah, so yes, Mr. Saunders, this is not a done deal, and there are 9 more clauses pretty much as overreaching and unenforceable. There are more words about this than on the screen, but the 4 attorneys have all said the wording about lease assumability does say what I'm telling you now. Again, this worst clauses list is lengthy, but I hope tonight's 3 minutes has helped those in front of me and behind me understand what we face. A good friend described the situation at Rancho La Paz as the ground of Rancho La Paz is becoming lava. Our homes are burning down on us, around us, and there's nothing we can do. Well, we found something at least. We may not be able to beat his money and shadowy partners, but we are not going down without a fight to the end. As I speak tonight, Mr. Saunders is meeting our committee about these items. I'll tell you more about that, I assume, by November 5th. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Isaac Gonzalez, the Chief Communications Officer over at Associated Students Incorporated from Cal State Fullerton.
And I'm Jenny Jaramillo, Community Engagement Commission Director, and we're here on behalf of the Community Engagement Commission at Associated Students in Cal State Fullerton. Our commission strives to bridge the gap between the city and the university by spreading school spirit, awareness, and volunteering in the Fullerton community. Our team focuses on enhancing the university's engagement within the community by broadcasting the positive contributions to student clubs and organizations at Cal State Fullerton that help the community. Our commission provides various opportunities for CSU students to contribute and engage with the community and to build a better sense of connection, tie, and pride. During these first few months, we have tabled at the CSUF night at Dodgers game, tabled during the night market at Fullerton Night Market, and organized a campus cleanup at CSUF. We are currently organizing another cleanup at the Chapman Park for October 25th, a food bank volunteering day for November, a donation drive for our campus basic needs center during Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week, and a community tabling day during the winter market in downtown Fullerton.
Our goal is to work closely with CSUF students, faculty members, clubs, and organizations on campus to promote the philanthropic and commendable contributions to the community. We hope to continue to grow and work with the city of Fullerton and all it has to offer. We are looking forward to continue working with you all and look forward to collaborations. So you could all reach out to us by emailing us over at asicec@fullerton.edu. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Paul Hike. I'm a resident of Anaheim, but because of the Armory and their busing only, be aware, their drivers aren't even B-rated. They're C-rated drivers driving B-rigs. They don't stop at railroad tracks. And under the regulations of the city, a shelter under the Emergency Act should be a walk-in, walk-out 7 days a week, and they're opening tonight with, they'll let us walk in the first night, but after the night, we have to ride their bus, then eat what they bring us, and last year I got sick on chicken risotto. The rice was brought in beer coolers. The rice was not done right. And how do you like to only keep a cup of coffee down for 2 days, and then rest and finally get your act back together and have to do it in a motel? And they have, on their dark nights, they have no churches backing them up. We have no place to go when we got a dark night. We're back on the street. Now let's get their buses off the road. Their buses are C-rated drivers. That includes Mercy House, Kramer. They're bullying your bus drivers. They're bullying Amtrak. And when we get them in the courts, we're going to turn around, and you know what we're going to do? Take their licenses. Each count 60-day commercial. And we're going after the driver, the manager, the site supervisor, the head site supervisor, the manager, the program manager, the CEO, all the way over. Are you aware that we have some collusion in there? We have 4 people with the last name Sanchez in their system, including Julio Sanchez, the driver. Let's make it a walk-in, walk-out. That's what the colonel thought when he agreed to the program. Let's do it with the government's approval of walk-in, walk-out. I've been on national TV the last 2 meetings in Anaheim. NBC and KTLA. KTLA first, then NBC. And my little spiel also with Saunders, if he wants to put these people out of their homes, $10,000 a head a month for everyone, he can pay their bills, keeping them in a convalescent.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. During the month of September 2019, according to the Orange County Coroner's Office, 10 people without a home died in Orange County. These people were not numbers but individuals with names. Being homeless does not define them, but was just a sad and heartbreaking situation at the end of their lives. These were people with lives that meant something to them and to those who knew and loved them. Their lives had purpose, and it is sad to lose them. It is with these thoughts that I would like to individually read their names and request, if possible, to have a moment of silence at the end of our meeting to honor and show respect for these people who are our neighbors and part of our Orange County community. So in memory, on September 3rd, Sherry Michieli died in Anaheim. On September 7th, Landon Buchanan died in Anaheim. September 13th, Nepartaria Bailey died in Laguna Hills. James O'Keefe died in Huntington Beach. September 14th, Isidro Rojas Jr. died in Santa Ana. Jesse Ramirez died in Santa Ana. September 18th, Joseph Barron died in San Clemente. September 26th, Liberato Caballero died in Orange. Randolph Aguirre died in La Habra. And on September 28th, Benjamin Hine died in Santa Ana. May they rest in peace. Thank you. I have a little bit of time left. That was the major part of my public comments, to show them respect. I would like to thank those of you on the council that voted to proceed with the safe parking program that we're starting, and also to work with the Illumination Foundation on accessing a piece of property for a possible navigation center and recuperative bed center here in Fullerton. I would also like you to consider doing what the City of LA is considering doing. A state law is going into effect on January 2020 to limit rental increases on certain types of rental properties in the state and to protect renters from evictions without cause. The City of LA is considering freezing rents in those buildings immediately to prevent immoral landlords from hiking the rents in those buildings before the law goes into effect, thereby thwarting the intent of the law. I ask that you consider doing that also. And also I want to ask you again to perhaps consider limiting the rent increases in mobile home parks. It's really needed, and that's not part of the law in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jim Warner. I'm a Rancho La Paz tenant. I'm confused about this situation that we've encountered with you guys. We got a new owner, as you know. He raised the rent initially close to $400. We came to you. We asked for rent stabilization. It seemed that you wanted to do a rent moratorium, which sounded reasonable. What happened, though, is Saunders gave a subsidy to people who would have probably been kicked out of their home and become homeless. So because he did that, you said you didn't want to put in the moratorium because he would take that back. Kind of shows what a nice guy he is. But then you guys came along and gave a subsidy to the people who would otherwise be kicked out of their house because Saunders raised the rent so high. So you're spending Fullerton's money to help people who, if you would have just passed the rent stabilization, probably would not have needed it. So I'm asking that you please reconsider and pass rent stabilization. As you know, it's not rent control. Rent stabilization is much, much different. Over 100 cities and counties throughout California already have it. It's not like you'd have to reinvent the wheel or redo something or come up with something brand new. It's already in existence. It's been litigated to death. It's always been accepted. So there's really no reason not to. And I would hope that you would consider doing that instead of subsidizing people who probably don't need it if you would just pass rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Alvin Griffiths. I'm in Rancho La Paz also. I live on the Fullerton side. I am a brand new resident in Fullerton. I just moved in. I closed escrow on my home in January. After I closed escrow, matter of fact, I did not know that the park was up for sale. If I had, I would not have bought there in the first place. But after I closed escrow, then I started getting letters. We're going to see huge increases. I'm at the top of the scale right now in Rancho La Paz. I just got a 15% increase, and I've only been there since January. I'm already been told that I'll see another 15% next year, regardless of what I do. If I don't sign the lease, I will probably see increase in 6 months. So I'd like for you to consider what you might be able to do. I retired 2 weeks ago. I get my last paycheck deposited tonight. When I did my finances planning on retiring, I knew that I was going to be in a stable environment and what I was going to be paying over the next few years. At least that's what I thought. And so it was kind of a surprise to get a letter in the mail saying, guess what? Your rent is going to go out through the sky. So it might be a little bit of a surprise. But I do not consider myself a victim, but I do know when I'm being robbed. And right now, dear old John is robbing me, whether or not he has a gun to my head or not, because the fact that I'm having to rent his space. I own my house, but I cannot just pick it up and move it someplace else because of what he's doing. I'd like your assistance in anything that you can do to help us out, and I would appreciate that very much. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ekle Nunzi. I'm here with some of the leaders of the Richmond Community Center. We send the invitation to all of you to our open house, which is going to be this Friday. It's going to be from 4 to 6:30. And thank you so much, Mayor Silva, because he's going to be present, and Councilman Sarah. I would like to have you, all of you, and Chief Dan, who's going to be sharing that time with us. I would like all of you to be part of our center and see how much these ladies are working so hard to better our community. We're going to have free food, you see, entertainment, raffles, is fun for the whole family. And please, we're going to leave some raffles because this invitation is for the whole community. We are one city, and you see, we suffer the same needs together, but we can party together too. And this is for all of us, and esta invitación es para toda nuestra comunidad, que va a ser nuestra casa abierta del Centro Comunitario Richmond, que va a ser el día viernes 18 de octubre, de 4 a 6:30. Y vamos a tener comidas, rifas, y va a ser diversión para toda la familia. Agradecemos mucho, ¿verdad?, a nuestro alcalde, el señor Silva, que nos va a acompañar, al concejal Sarah, a nuestro jefe de policía, Chief Dan, y espero tener a todos ustedes presentes para apoyar a nuestra comunidad, porque así como sufrimos necesidades juntos, también podemos divertirnos con nuestras familias juntas. And another point, this is for you, Mr. City Manager. We want to know the time for the opening of the Woodcrest Park. And what happened with our Hans Library? We have an update for the Hans Library. And what happened with our roads? Specifically Orange Thorpe. We have some updates in what is happening, and for the what is happening in the Gilbert Street. You see, with the situation of the homeless, it is gonna be some updates of help for them. That is something that is very important to all of us. And I hope to see all of you on Friday and have a great time. I know we all work very hard, and it's gonna be a happy Friday. And we hope to see you soon. We're going to leave some flyers outside for all of you to join us on this Friday, 18, from 4 to 6:30 at Richmond Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jensen Hallstrom, and I am an advocate for the improved maintenance of our urban forest. Tonight, I will be presenting on the condition of Hillcrest Park. Seen in these two photos right here are some mature, dead deodar cedar trees. These were both planted in the mid-30s, around the time of the WPA project, and they are not a native tree to California. They are native to Himalayan mountains in India, colder, wetter climates, and they are failing right now because they are non-native trees to our climate. Unfortunately, these trees have continued to be planted, though we know that they perform very poorly, and there are about 10 of these large dead trees, some of which are hanging over Lemon Street right now and creating a huge hazard for drivers and pedestrians and bicyclists that use that road right there. Here are some other photos of these dead trees along the hillside on the northeast side of the park as well. And just to show how poorly these trees do in drought, here is a mature deodar cedar that was planted in front of Fullerton High School in the late 20s, which you see here in 2011, and just over the years, it dries up and dies. These trees are not adapted to drought, and they're so irresponsible to continue planting them. And there have been tens of these plants recently planted in Hillcrest Park, and I have no idea why. I understand maybe the aesthetic reasons, but they are more of a liability than an asset in the future. Since we do have so many dead, mature trees in Hillcrest Park, I propose that we do something with the lumber instead of just removing the trees and having them hauled away. This is actually a cedar tree that had been carved into a bench over at the Garden of Whedon at Winnetka Cook Park, which is a popular resting area. And this is a very well-used very well-utilized bench, which is actually some of the only park furniture along the trail. And I think people would love to see more of these projects, especially in Hillcrest Park, where we could use more park furniture. WCA has a urban wood recycling program, and they could help out with this as well. There's dead branches, dead jacaranda tree over the recreation center, and I ran out of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Scott Hess, Fullerton resident, and I have a few comments regarding the urgent and special council meeting last week and due process. Your action on Tuesday raises a lot of questions and concerns relative to the California Fair Political Practices Act, AB 1234, and the Brown Act. These laws are in effect to address due process, competitive requirements for public contracts, government transparency laws, and conflicts of interest for council members. Holding a special meeting at 4 p.m. when most folks are working didn't allow for fair and consistent public input. All preceding hearings on shelter issues have been during regularly scheduled council meetings, so that was unusual. And then the four of you at the meeting voted unanimously to approve an MOU committing $500,000 and ultimately $2 million in financial assistance to a nonprofit organization for building a homeless shelter in Fullerton in a location that nobody knows where and prior to any necessary land use approvals. There was no competitive bidding process for the $500,000 agreement. If there were a fair and consistently applied bidding process, like you would normally do for other types of projects this size, it would avoid the public perception of bias and favoritism. Another concern is that without knowing the location, how does the public know whether or not there's a violation of conflict of interest laws? What about financial interest disclosure requirements? Where's the transparency for your actions? And then there's the matter of authorizing public funds for a yet-to-be-approved development project in a yet-to-be-known location. As I understand the Fullerton Municipal Code, following the requirements for homeless shelters. A 150-bed homeless shelter in Fullerton will require either a conditional use permit, since it exceeds 50 beds, or a change of zoning depending on the shelter location. Both of these actions will require a public hearing process before the Planning Commission and City Council and take several months to process in a public hearing. Since you have pledged $500,000 for shelter improvements, it would be very difficult then for you to not approve any subsequent land use decisions. This raises due process issues, since approving funds prior to any development approval is basically the cart before the horse, as they say. The council doesn't know what potential impacts and compatibility issues there may be with a proposed shelter to surrounding property owners, residents, and businesses. There hasn't been any site-specific public hearing. And finally, a lot of these concerns aren't too surprising, since as of last week, checking with the city clerk's office, 2 of you don't have current ethics training as required under AB 1234. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to address about Gilbert Street and the building of all the shelters over there. It takes up the whole entire road. Kids can't even walk on the sidewalks. There's families trying to get to their car and they can't even get to them. You know, it's so dangerous, and I see drug dealing there every single day I drive by. There's drug dealings, there's people, there's trafficking, you go hiking in the streets now and there's needles and drugs everywhere, trash, they're peeing outside. My kids are in the car and they could see this guy's thing while they're peeing on the streets. You know, they're pooping right there on the streets. There's got to be something that you guys need to do. I mean, you got a ticket, something for loitering, anything. You know, they're doing drugs. You know, they're not sober. It's just insane that these kids have to see this every day. And our city was beautiful. I grew up in the city my whole life. And there's never been this big of a problem. And it's getting worse. Now they're building on Orangethorpe. You know, and now you want to do a shelter to bring more into the city, which I don't even get. You know, it just needs to end. Something needs to happen. There has to be tickets. I tell the cops, and they say, oh, you have to go to a city meeting to let them know about the situation. They are not giving out tickets to any of these people, and it's impossible. How can you not find drugs on them? There has to be drugs on them. I see it every day, you know, and nothing's getting done. They're just taking up all the sidewalk space. Kids can't even ride their bikes out there anymore. You know, and I get that the church allowed them, you know, a little bit of time to stay within that area. But there has to be a location, you know, to move them or something. You know, they're panhandling. There's beer everywhere. There's trash everywhere. You have people coming in every other 2 weeks to clean this mess, but there's nothing being done. They keep coming back, staying at the same exact spot. Everybody could see everything. And it's trash. It's gross. Someone needs to take them. They need to go to jail. Like, there's no way that they could live out there like that in our city. This is a beautiful city, you know, and there shouldn't be all these transits everywhere doing drugs. I get the homeless. I understand. But this isn't just homeless. These are drug addicts. That's it.
Thank you. And what was your name?
Sally.
Thank you, Sally.
Hi, council, directors, fire and police. Kitty Jaramillo, District 4. I just want to touch on something. I made an error last council meeting regarding patty cakes. I spoke to her and I told her what I had done. She was thankful, of course, but said that, you know, she connected with you guys and everybody's helping her out. But what I wanted to suggest, being an retired code enforcement officer, is the portable sign issue and the banner issues throughout our city. Why don't we think of maybe a moratorium? Because there's portable signs everywhere. There's banners everywhere. And I just feel it's so unfair for one business or two businesses to get called in regarding that issue. And there's banners all around them. There's portable signs all around them. And maybe we can do some kind of little moratorium for a while on this ordinance, because I know code enforcement is shorthanded or understaffed right now. Everybody is, I think, here in our city of Fullerton. So I'm just wondering if maybe that might be an option to think about. And another thing, I blamed it on the auto mechanic right across Roosevelt from her, but it's Fisk Automotive, who I thought, when I heard it was Fisk Automotive, I thought, my gosh, long time business here in Fullerton since I was little. That's a long time ago. And I just thought, how awful to do that to another business, a fellow business. I just thought that was so ugly. Another thing I wanted to ask, I brought up last time I was here regarding the homeless on Gilbert, and now, of course, it's moved to Orangethorpe. I asked about the ADA requirements, encroachment on city sidewalks, all of those ordinances, I guess. I thought ADA was federal, federally mandated, not a city ordinance like encroachment. So I'm just wondering, is federal law superseding enforcement here in Fullerton on all of that that's going on? Because, you know, I live in Southwest Fullerton too, but, you know, I don't really go down Gilbert that often, and especially now. But I feel so sorry for all those people that live over there, the neighborhoods, the apartments. It's awful. And I don't really know if other cities are allowing that. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in any other city but ours. So, and I'm pretty much around everywhere. But I think something needs to be done, and maybe there's a little glitch somewhere where we can do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. City Manager, any comments or answers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Let's see. So, do want to talk about the Armory. Tonight is the first night that the Cold Weather Armory is open. There is information on the website, and it is not a walk-up, walk-out-of facility. There are currently 4 shuttle stops. The one in Fullerton is at the Fullerton Transportation Center. There's one in Orange, there's one in Brea and Placentia. Soon there'll be one in Buena Park, and they're working out the details there, and then also in Anaheim at this time. And again, we're trying to get as many people as possible into the Armory through the later hour, and then strong encouragement. We are not able to enforce our ordinances just because the Armory is open. It is not one of the defined shuttles or centers, much like the navigation centers that will be opened up in Buena Park and Placentia. On general homelessness in general, so on the ADA issue, that is one issue that, we're in a way stuck between a rock and a hard place. So we do enforce ADA, but also we're not able to enforce the camping on the public streets until we have those additional navigation beds open. So as the folks know who live or transit Gilbert Street, when we do the sidewalk cleaning every Wednesday, so that will be taking place again tomorrow, we do put a kind of a dotted path to keep a path of travel. So that's to keep a 36-inch wide area so people can get around the trees, get by the sidewalk. When there is encroachment and when the officers are out there, we do have the people move back. We have ticketed before if we've been out there multiple times and they don't, or they refuse to move. The issue on ticketing in general, again, until we have those new navigation centers open, under the Martin v. Boise Federal Appellate Court case, we cannot enforce our local ordinances. And somebody mentioned about get them off the street, but then I think in the same kind of conversation did not want a shelter here. Well, that's kind of a problem when we have no place to put them, but yet we also have no shelter. So that's one of the reasons why we're working with individuals and groups coming to us to try to site a shelter in the city, and working with the 12 other North Orange County cities through the North Spa to finance and to build the 2 shelters in Buena Park and Placentia. So one of the things I do ask is if you're living on Gilbert or you're traveling and you do see something that is illegal, please report it. So we cannot just be driving by, and unless an officer sees a illegal act happening, they can enforce it. So drugs, alcohol, we can enforce it, but if they see it. So we can't go into the shelters to search and seizure. They are protected under those principles also. And again, that's one of the problems that we're having out there. But we have had some drug busts. We have had some arrests. And we do that when it's obvious or when it's reported. But if there are things that are obvious and reportable at night, please call the police department. That's what we're here for. And we will go out there, and that gives us an excuse and an opportunity to go out there and to do that enforcement. So on a couple updates, do have a new staff person in the city manager's office, Anissa, who is working on the Hunt Library RFP. We're hoping to get that out shortly. I saw the startings of it, and we've been working with the library staff and incorporating all the information from all staff into that RFP to kick that out. The roads, the NRAC committee is still meeting every other Wednesday in the morning at 7:30 here in the conference room, so this door is always open. It is public meetings. They've been going for several months, and they still have several months more to go. I know that Ellis Chang, our new Admin Services Finance Director, met with them last week and briefed them on everything budget and going forward with that. Woodcrest Park, I believe that the sod is being put in on the 21st. Hugo, if you want to give an update on that.
The sod installation has been delayed due to some issues with water pressure out there, and so there are some Public Works and the contractor are working on that. So therefore, the November 16th date that we had originally projected, we would definitely need to push back on that. It looks like we're looking at late November, early December, but we are doing our best to get those issues resolved with the contractor.
Yeah, and part of that, it's a new irrigation system, and so what we're trying to avoid is not hitting parts of the new sod and having that sod die. So that is the testing process that's going through and making sure that everything is there. I know it's a delay and a frustration because the park improvements have been long in coming, but it is one of those things we want to make sure that once we leave there and we cut the ribbon, that the park is going to be green and utilized, and we don't have to go back and do any other things. So we're catching all those problems now. So,
and then could we just work with the community residents, because they like a specific time. So when it gets closer to this, can we just work with them to see that the time if it's the community's needs?
We definitely will.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what we can do is, if we build in those 2 extra weeks, we could always set that time frame, knowing that maybe we have to fence off some areas, or it may not fully be open. But I do understand that the community wants to have a party there and open up the park, and we're trying to cut it as close as possible. But if we keep on doing this, it may be, let's not let perfect get in the way of good. So we'll set that date and get it going. One last thing on, I know that Orange Thorpe in front of Woodcrest Park is chewed up, and there's a lot of desire to have that repaired. So the Public Works Director is looking at the Public Works Director is looking at what I'll call spare change from all our other projects and any other additional opportunities, funding opportunities that are out there, so that we can look at doing that part of the street. But it would be after those streets that we already have on our capital improvement program.
Mm-hmm.
It would just be through efficiencies on those streets and then redirecting any overage back to Orange Thorpe, so that we can make sure those funds stay here and that we get that next priority street, which clearly is Orange Thorpe in front of Woodcrest Park. So,
all right.
And, with that, Mr. Mayor, also just want to welcome. On Saturday morning was the fire department promotional ceremony, and that was a great ceremony to both recognize some of the new firefighters, but also a lot of promotions, and then also the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and was the top 35 year, or was it 30? 30-year staff members in the fire department. So new firefighters to the city of Fullerton is Nigel Dioxon, Brett Corwin, Evan Camba, David Bells, Stephen Levis, Brandon Weatherholt, Kyle Nosen, Jacob Roel. We have a new police officer trainee, Brian Franco. And also in the police department, I know the chief is very excited about that, a new administrative analyst, and that's Lauren Burtz. She came to us from the city of Laverne. And sorry, Chief, she used to work for the fire department, but Chief Dunn's going to convert her to blue. But I want to welcome them. And then also, per the action the council took, Captain Eric Carter started with us this past Monday. So we appreciate having him, and I know the chief is very ecstatic about that.
All right, thank you. And just on a note, one of the reasons that we had that special meeting regarding the recuperative center was to try to expedite it so it can maybe we're allowed to enforce our codes and move the homeless off the street. So what we're trying to do as much as we can, as quickly as we can, and sometimes it happens, and sometimes it just moves slower than we would like. But with that, reports from council members, Mr. Zara?
Sure, thank you. Before I start, I just wanted to give just a quick update on the Rancho La Paz situation. I did attend the one of their community meetings, and one of the things that was realized is there's a little confusion on the rent assistance program that the city has, and who can apply for it and who can't, and so on. So one of the suggestions from our community development department was to create a fact sheet, and I'm very happy that actually got the first draft of it today, and I think that should be very helpful for the residents to understand the program, and for whoever else wants to take a look at it. So I want to thank our community development department. Matt, thank you for that, and Jessica as well. I also just wanted to say something on the homelessness situation. This is a situation that's been ongoing. The problem is that we've been, as communities, with our head in the kind of like an ostrich with our head buried in the sand, and we've really ignored this problem, whether it's from the state all the way down to local municipalities, whether it's building proper shelters, whether it's building supportive housing, and there were many opportunities for that we failed to do in the past, or also ignoring the mental health crisis that we have on the state level. All of those things have accumulated in resulting also in a federal judge ordering us not to be able to do anything to enforce our camping ordinances. So we do have to now kind of unravel all of that, and it's kind of like the chicken or the egg kind of thing first. But we are moving forward with everything, and we are as much impacted as anyone else because we are all living in this city. And I know the folks on Gilbert are immediately impacted by this. And I have visited that, although I haven't really visited with any of the neighbors. But I have seen the situation. I've had similar smaller encampments next to where I live as well, and we experience homelessness in our complex every single day, including issues like urination and defecation and so on. So we're all in this, but we are moving forward with that, and without taking actions, we can't solve the problems, but we are doing that. I wanted to just mention something before I update on some of my activities. I wanted to ask our council, as we progress, we are always looking for additional revenue for our city, and economic development and business development is one of those important aspects that generate revenue for our city. So in looking at some of the land use that we have, there is a strip of land that is on Santa Fe Street in front of the parking lot in the SoCo district. And that has been allotted for some use in the future. And I'd like to ask my colleagues to direct staff to look into potentially putting an RFP to look into possible commercial use for that. It'll connect, it'll create a little walkability in that area as well, and connect the beginning of the street to the end of it and improve all of those businesses. We have 2 restaurants coming up in that area, and I think it will create a nice little atmosphere. So I don't know if there's any, if we can ask for maybe a second to direct staff to do this.
Well, if that is included in a bundle with the surplus properties that this city has that we've been working on for some time to try to find our way out of those surplus properties, find good uses for those surplus properties, bring revenue into the city from the potential sale or long-term lease of those properties. If this property on Santa Fe is bundled with those, then I would second that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to take a look at all of those properties if we can bring those back for maybe even a study session of some sort.
They're coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd be.
So we'll include that one on there.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, that strip, which is straddled, it's on the south side of Santa Fe, and it's straddled by the SoCo parking structure. It actually was designed to host some form of additional building, be it retail or what have you. And it's a matter really of, as you know, the staffing situation and the priorities going forward, and the cost for any type of studies that go forward with it. We would be happy to. We do have the city-owned properties coming back in the future, but we also would look at that retail opportunity coming back sometime. Matt, what were we talking about? Maybe February or?
Yeah, I think we had talked about early 2020, first quarter 2020.
Yeah. And so one of the things that we want to do is identify the available funding for future studies and then have the council help us prioritize those, because that's what it is. It's rearranging the deck as to the priorities that are out there, given the resources and the staffing. But that would, with the new restaurants coming on Santa Fe, and that would help liven up that area, bring more activity, activate it with pedestrians, and so...
Yeah, I mean, as far as the timeline, it's up. It's okay. Whatever priority we have, obviously, it's important. But I think that just to include it as part of the what we're studying, as far as bringing that to be included as part of the future planning. Another item I'd like to ask my colleagues here to hopefully support is bringing back a study session. Again, doesn't have to be tomorrow or next council meeting, but maybe early next year, to look at some of the available programs that we can offer for a residential or some of our residents or businesses. One program that had been canceled in the past was the PACE program, and I'd like us to take a look at this again and see if we can find some support for it or some use for it in our city, but maybe bring it as part of a larger sort of discussion on what programs that we could offer our residents and businesses moving forward, whatever, especially with the new updates on funding from the state, and if anything is from the federal government, although I don't think there's any new things from federally. So I don't know if there's support on council for such a thing.
So what are you asking for? That's what I'm not sure.
This came about with an email from one of the residents who wanted to apply for a program that we used to have called the PACE program. So it's funding that.
We used to have it. We've never had it.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the PACE is property assessed clean energy programs, and basically it's everything from weatherization, insulation, solar and using a funding mechanism, which is you pay it off through your property taxes. So it's a lien on your property. It was a large item, probably in 2012-13 time frame. There were some issues at the time with I believe it was the realtors, because of the potential of clout on title, because you could put it in and then sell your house. That has been cleaned up since through legislation. I don't know if that has swept back through a lot of cities. I know when I was in Huntington Beach, we actually had, I think, 4 different programs that the city participated in, put on place. I know that going forward, you provided me the opportunity to hire a deputy city manager. Part of the tasks for that person will be looking at sustainability and energy programs, working with our Public Works Department to make sure that we're going forward, not just making sure that our city has energy efficiency, but also, what programs are available for our residents to go forward. So that could be part of that in the future, and we'd have to look at it.
The PACE program and the HERO programs have actually come before this council at least 3 times that I know of. And they were objected to primarily Kevin Pendergraft, who's the president of a local credit union, much objected to it because there were a couple of reasons. One, we have predatory contractors who are going out and approaching senior citizens who would sign up for these high-interest, energy-efficient programs, and their kids would find out about it and just spiral into the ceiling. But Kevin's main objection is that all of a sudden a loan to upgrade your energy efficiency in your home jumped into first position over a HELOC, for example, a home equity line of credit, or even a first mortgage. And that was very, very unusual in the California scheme of mortgaging. So there were a number of reasons why I personally could not support it. Maybe there have been changes, but I would not bring it back to council unless I knew that those problems had been addressed.
And Mr. Manager, have some of these problems been addressed?
We would have to look at it, but maybe that's one reason to bring it back as a study session, is just to not have a committal, but to refresh the information.
I wouldn't be the least interested in a study session until those questions were answered first.
We received a lot of complaints regarding predatory practices. It became very much a consumer issue. The council was flooded with people complaining about it. So,
if one of the things I could do is, again, task either my new admin analyst or eventually the deputy city manager to look at those issues. And, we can, in a memo form, bring it back if there's interest at that point. It wouldn't be until the first part of next year. But if there's that point, it could be brought back up again. And maybe at that point, some of those answers could have been, or some of those questions could have been answered.
Yeah, and the only reason I bring it up is because one resident actually did email requesting this. She wanted to do improvements on her mother's home, and was interested in this particular program, but then could not find it. And I actually did not know. I think I had asked about this information on this program, and I guess I got a little misinformation or confused on whether we had it or not. So, but I guess you clarified that. Thank you very much for that. So it wasn't. It's something I think maybe in the future, if there's no interest here, then I would withdraw my request. It is really at the request of one of the residents in the city, but nothing that I'm personally interested in specifically, but.
What I can commit to the council is that we'll have either one of our interns or my admin analyst or somebody, look into some of these questions, look at what some of the other cities have done. It's been now over 5 or 7 years that these programs have been about, and see if some of these concerns have been taken care of. But, most certainly won't take too much action on it, but just try to get some information, send it on to everybody, and then see what happens sometime early next year.
All right. Thank you. I wanted to just give a quick update on some of my activities. So we've had this last week quite a bit of activity on jobs. I hosted a Let's Talk Jobs panel discussion, which brought business and labor and local government together on a panel, and it was a really great event. Our Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk-Silva also came in, and she had served on the Jobs Committee up in Sacramento and gave a little presentation as well. And last Thursday, we hosted our very first regional job fair, and we had about 80 businesses come in and participate at the community center here, and we had about over 400 people can come in, job applicants came in and of all ages to attend this. So it is a success, and especially for a first time. I think there was some parking issues, but I think overall people loved it and welcomed it here. So I'm hoping that this is going to be an annual event. Also, I participated in a job panel at the Collaborative, Fullerton Collaborative, in which we discussed specifically jobs for youth and opportunities for young people in our city. There's a lot of need now to look at jobs, especially with technology evolving, and you see a lot of good numbers on unemployment, but there's underemployment. There's also changes in technology, and then if you look at some of the specific industries, you'll see the situation is actually quite different. So, for example, in the truck industry, there's 4,200 jobs that were laid off in the truck industry, truckers. So it's not always a rosy picture, even though we have low unemployment. So it's always important to continue that discussion. And I wanted to thank our city manager, who just slipped away, who participated in the job panel and talked about jobs from a local city perspective. I also attended the Fullerton Education Foundation annual fundraiser gala night. It was a great event. It was the circus theme, so it was a lot of fun and raised a lot of money for our school district. So they do a lot of good work for our city. Also, we attended the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast at Hope University, and our mayor did a wonderful job. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that.
Thank you.
And always thank you for Hope University for hosting it. I think this was the 36th year in doing so. I also attended the fire department promotional ceremony, and congratulations to all of our firefighters and on that. They do an amazing job, and one of those amazing things that they do is Pinktober as well. So we are in Pinktober right now, raising funds for cancer research at St. Jude. So if you missed them out there in collecting money with boots, then you can still go to our city website and support by purchasing some of the merchandise. I wanted to just remind people that, folks, that my monthly meeting is the last Tuesday of every month at the Panera down on Orange Thorpe Harbor at 6:30 p.m. Also, you can find me on Facebook. I'm very active there, and I update periodically, although I haven't updated this week yet. On the waterfront, I'd like to give a quick update on OCWD. If you've heard in the news, it's been picking up gradually the word PFAS, which is the per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. These are man-made compounds that exist everywhere. 95% of humanity has them in their bloodstream. They've existed since the 40s and 50s. They are mainly compounds, material used for basically to deter from grease and water. So they're repellents of grease and water. But they exist everywhere, from the old Scotch Guard to Teflon pans and popcorn bags that you open, and they find their way into our water as well. So one of the big challenges right now is the state is reducing the threshold and the numbers of our response level for for treatment of our wells. We are now facing the challenge of having to spend a lot of money on trying to provide this treatment. OCWD will have, if the response level is lowered to where we expect it to be lowered by the state, we still are not sure when it's going to happen, probably in November. That we would have about 71 or 72 wells affected in Orange County that would have to require treatment, and in Fullerton, we have potentially four wells that would be affected, that we would have to shut down. And we are anticipating in this, we've added a new valve, a new MWD connection, so we can have some imported water, so parts of our city will always have water. But the cost is going to be quite high. So the estimated cost over the next, until it's all treated, from OCWD's perspective, we're looking at between $50 to almost $850 million for treatment. So there's a lot of work trying to figure out where this money is going to come from. A lot of because the state is not providing this funding as of yet. So there's a lot of pushback against that. They want to lower the threshold, but they don't want to provide the funding for us to provide to actually treat the wells. Because of this, I've been advocating, and as many of my colleagues on the water board, for OCWD itself to kind of to step up and provide some programs and financial opportunities for cities to provide for these capital improvement projects, and maybe even operation and maintenance of these treatment facilities and treatment systems. This is a program has been devised, and it will come tomorrow to our board meeting, which is tomorrow night at 5:30, and to discuss, for the entire board to discuss some of these financial assistance from OCWD. And so I'll report on that next week at the next council meeting. And I know that we've also, our city has applied for some SAPA grants to do some studies on these wells, especially that some of them are in what is considered disadvantaged communities and lower income communities. So there are certain funds that we will have access to. So we have applied for those grants. And Meg, would you like to say a little bit on that as well?
SAPA is a Santa Ana watershed, and basically they offer for disadvantaged communities technical feasibility assistance. So we've applied for roughly $500,000 to help us analyze exactly what we need to do as an interim solution for water treatment.
Yeah, thank you. So that is it. If you would like to know more about PFAS, it is on OCWD.com. If you'd like to learn about, also, if you want to do, you can always contact me as well. But be very wary of the news and of the media, because it tends to be hyperbolic and it tends to kind of try to scare people into watching them. But facts are important, and OCWD.com is a great source for that. So thank you for this. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Flory.
Well, there's been a lot to think about tonight from the public comments, and two speakers particularly bothered me. One, Jensen Hallstrom, has appeared at this council, probably every city council, for the past 4 or 5 months. And also, Councilmember Zara had asked that we bring the urban forest plan on the agenda, and I don't see it coming up in this next month. City Manager, when might we expect to see that?
Meg?
Councilmember Flory, we plan to bring something forward in November, the first meeting in November.
Oh, that would be great. It seems to me that there's a confluence between what Mr. Hallstrom's concerns are and what we can do here on the city level. I know that your department, Public Works, is very understaffed. We are contract with West Coast arborists to do the normal kinds of trimming. I have been told several times that at least 700 trees have been removed from Hillcrest Park in the past 2 years. The park is currently under renovation, and yet Mr. Hallstrom brings us pictures of trees that are about to collapse all the time. I don't know if the deodar cedar is indigenous to the Himalayas or not, but if it is, and it's doomed to failure, then we probably ought not to be planting it. But I don't know if this is in Mr. Hallstrom's head or if it's a legitimate criticism that we should be aware of at the time that we're replanting the park, as an example. There's plenty of other plantings to be done, but hopefully we can deal with that in the urban forest plan. And prior to that, I would really like to meet with city tree people. We have certified arborists on board, and broker a meeting with them and Mr. Hallstrom so that we can see what we can do to satisfy some of his concerns. The other comment came from Scott Hess in his criticism that he felt like we had acted in an untoward fashion by having a Tuesday meeting. And I believe that was a concern of all of us on the council. There were 4 of us present that evening, and Councilmember Fitzgerald, paying attention to that issue, insisted that we not actually vote on the recommendation before us, but rather modify it so that the community could weigh in on the issue once we knew where this property was planned. There will be no $500,000 allocation if Illumination Foundation doesn't purchase the property, but there was some urgency with that. That, in confluence with the remarks that Sally made this evening and Kitty Jaramillo about the dreadful state of affairs on Gilbert and Orangethorpe, that is pressing on all of us here. When our mayor decided to call a special meeting, he actually talked to the federal judge David Carter prior to asking for the special meeting to see if Judge Carter would work with us a little bit so we can do something to get rid of the encampments on Gilbert and Orangethorpe. But everybody's got their thumb in the pie, and everybody's concerns have to be addressed, and our hands are literally tied. Regarding the drug issue, it was my comment last week that I sense that the public's tolerance for the homeless is getting very thin. They're sympathetic to those who are mentally challenged, but they're not sympathetic with the drug addiction and the drug use and the drug paraphernalia that's crapping up the streets. And it is a safety issue for kids walking to school, for parents, for disabled people who can't wheel their wheelchairs down the street. And believe me, we are all cognizant of that. And I think, if anything, that the very fact that we did have a meeting, an urgently called meeting at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday night, not a regular Tuesday night, bespeaks our concern here about wanting to get this show on the road as quickly as possible. So I apologize to all of you that we aren't able to deal with it more consistently, but if you were to watch our council meetings or to attend our council meetings, you would know how often we deal with it and how often the public comes to address our concerns. I have a good friend in the audience, Gretchen Cox, who sent me an email yesterday or today, and she said, Jan, couldn't we do something about putting together a report, a short report, explaining to people where we are, what projects we have on the books. Her first issue was, what are we required to do? And that is something that I think our citizens are entitled to know. What is the federal judge? What will satisfy that person? What is this city required to do to pick up our share and house those unsheltered homeless people in our midst? That's very important. The second thing is, what do we have on the books to address that? And I think there should be a distinction made, because this city was far ahead of the curve for many years in participating in or expediting affordable housing. But affordable housing is different from providing shelter for those people who are homeless and on the streets. So I shot that request off to our city manager, and he was very accommodating and said he would get something out to us that we can pass out to our residents or put online on our website so that you can get an idea of what our restrictions are and what pressures we are operating under to provide the relief that you should demand and that you are entitled to. So your concerns are not going unaddressed. We hear you loud and clear, and I apologize.
Mr. Whitaker.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As we're talking about the issues on Gilbert Avenue, what we're not mentioning is Valencia, which is really the location of the current camping situation that we have. And week and a half ago, I attended a regular neighborhood meeting at Valencia Park, near Valencia Elementary, and received feedback from very many of the attendees at that meeting who are extremely frustrated with what's going on, and they're interested in seeing some improvement. And that's really all they're asking for now, is some improvement. By their measure, things just keep getting worse in this regard. And whether a federal judge or anyone else is creating dictates, they have concerns, I think very legitimate concerns, that even if this entire acquisition, construction, financing, all of this game of monopoly that goes on here to try to create navigation centers and shelters and everything else, and they have to be located in our city by these dictates. These people, these residents, are very concerned that most of those street homeless are going to turn it down, that they're not going to be interested, and there's nothing really available to force them into whatever accommodations will be provided. So that's could be a very large fly in the ointment, and many of them have conversations with some of these individuals on the street. There's a lot of concern that should we throw money at this problem and create and dedicate areas to house, that so many of these individuals aren't interested in housing. They're fine being out free on the streets to engage in whatever they're. So many are drug addicted or alcohol affected. That group, a lot of their concerns were echoed just this past Saturday. I presented a proclamation on behalf of this council on the 50th anniversary of the Rancho Fullerton Senior Mobile Home Estates, which is on Valencia on the north side, just west of Euclid. There was a very large gathering of residents at this event, and it was a very positive event. But when I spoke briefly and opened it up for questions, so much of the same was hitting again. The two issues that people in our city are really getting very impatient to see progress are the state of our streets, the condition of our streets, and you just hear that. It's being beaten like a drum all the time, everywhere that you go. And then this homeless camping, this expansion. What their concerns that so much of what the council is doing is keeping Fullerton as being the capital of homelessness here in North Orange County. So I just wanted to come back. I do want to congratulate them on their 50th anniversary, providing homes, spaces for seniors, truly affordable housing there in West Fullerton. And they've done a good job. They had concerns about their friends at La Paz as well. And so some questions were aimed at what's going to be done, what's happening at the state level, when or how can certain actions be effective. So that was probably the third most commented on item. But far and away, streets and the camping, the homeless camping in the city, it takes priority over almost everything else with groups that I speak with. So I know it's beating a dead horse here this evening, but as we talk, and so often council members want to expand the scope of what the city is doing, get us involved in new activities, create a new wing or a new arm, or take our departments, which they say are understaffed right now, and don't have the budget. But the idea of expanding the city's mission when we need to take care of the knitting, we need to be dealing with these core responsibilities that the city has. I told many of these people at these events that I would bring that message forward at this meeting. So that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem? Well, briefly, I just want to congratulate all the firemen that promoted and were at the ceremony. I was in attendance. And one thing I do want to highlight is that Fullerton Elementary School District, they have a speech and debate program district-wide. And one of the ways to get younger kids who are below grade level to improve and move ahead is through language and vocabulary and exposure. And what we've seen in other districts, specifically in Florida and Santa Ana, is the speech and debate program allows them to do that at the elementary level. And this was a program that I believed in so much about 15 years ago, not knowing anything about coaching speech and debate. I started a program, and now I can say that it's district-wide. And this past Saturday, they had their first tournament, and the kids and parents were super excited. And I think the district, the city, is moving in the right direction towards giving some of our kids greater exposure, more vocabulary, and just a lot more fun. And I know Egla's daughter was there, and she won, was it third place? Yeah, so, but anyway, I was at that speech and debate tournament, and it's great, and the future looks bright for our kids. And then just a couple of things. I would like to see an item brought back, if not, maybe early next spring, regarding ADUs. I know that Encinitas has a program where it's like a shelf project where they have 2 or 3 ADU plans that a resident can go in there and say, I'm trying to build a 600 square foot unit. We have a plan already approved, and they can just buy it from us versus them going to an architect, to an engineer, back and forth. So I'd like to see if we can bring something like that back to facilitate creating these ADUs. So we can maybe in the spring, we can bring something back.
Define ADU.
Auxiliary dwelling unit. This is a granny flat.
I do think it's important to note this council did take action on making it easier to build accessory dwelling units or granny flats not too long ago. And we went from having no applications for folks to do a granny flat on their property to, I think we have, Matt, don't we have over 40 applications in now because we waived the permitting fees for them?
We do, actually. I think it's probably getting closer to 50 at this point.
Right. Yeah. No, and that was a great move, but this, having gone through a house renovation and then a patio cover and having to go through architects, engineers, it just takes up time and money. So if we can facilitate that, I think it just might expedite. And I also... there's been a conversation, and the Mayor Pro Tem and I agree on, or have talked about this, but there is a conversation about putting a Korean War Memorial in Fullerton to honor the over 34,000 men who died, or women who died in Korea. And I'd like to see if we can bring a report back to see how that's going. Is it going to fit at Hillcrest, or where's it going to fit at, just for a discussion? And again, it would be to honor those men and women who died and who gave their lives for Korea and the U.S., obviously. All right. And with that, we will move on to our consent calendar. So items 6, 7, and 8 were pulled, so we'll move those. 6, 7, and 9?
1 to 5.
You're right, 6, 7, and 9. And so we'll pull those toward the end, and then items 4 and 5 were pulled just to register a no vote by Mr. Whitaker. So we'll note that. And so do we have a motion to?
I'd move the balance.
I'll second.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and with that brings us to our first item tonight, which is item 13. Where'd it go? The resolution of intention to amend Fullerton Municipal Code provisions regarding cannabis and professional services.
Mr. Mayor,
Folks.
Members of the City Council, the item before you this evening is a resolution of intention to amend the zoning code regarding cannabis, and also a request for action on a contract with HDL, which I'll get into in a little bit. Just as a real quick backstory here, going back to 2016, back in summer of 2016, the City Council considered taking action on an ordinance and an associated ballot measure to allow and regulate cannabis. At that time, the City Council voted to continue any action until after the results of Prop 64, which was the state ballot measure regarding recreational cannabis use, were known. So on November 8th, Prop 64 passed both at the state level, at the county level, and here in Fullerton with about just over 51.5% of voters approving Prop 64. About A year later, in November, the council adopted an ordinance which clarified our prohibition of all cannabis-related uses and activities, except what was allowed under state law, which was personal cultivation and consumption. That was part of the Prop 64. But we prohibited all other cannabis-related uses in the city. Just recently in September, the mayor directed staff to agendize an item regarding cannabis for this meeting tonight to talk about what a regulatory framework may look like and to consider a resolution of intention to amend the municipal code to implement that framework. On September 30th, so a couple weeks ago, we brought in a Dave McPherson from HDL to provide some all-day training for the city council members in a one-on-one sessions. What we wanted to do was sort of level the playing field in terms of knowledge, background, and experience as it relates to cannabis. HDL and Mr. McPherson specifically are experts in the field and represent a number of cities and counties throughout the state regarding cannabis issues. So, current status in Fullerton. Just to clarify, there's been some confusion. All commercial cannabis-related uses and activities are illegal. We know that there are illegal dispensaries that pop up here and there around the city. When we find them, we send out code enforcement and immediately take action to begin to close them down. The process to close down illegal dispensaries requires due process, just like any other illegal business, and so it's sometimes a fairly slow process for us to go through. But we see anywhere between 4 and 6 illegal locations popping up around the city at any given time. The recent passing of Prop 64 does prohibits the city from stopping deliveries of cannabis which originate outside the city to occur inside the city. So you'll see billboards like the 2 that are up on this slide that talk about cannabis delivered. So cannabis that originates outside of Fullerton can be legally delivered to locations inside of Fullerton, so we cannot prohibit that. And then I spoke to process requirements and some limited resources, make tracking, finding, and closing cannabis dispensaries, also called storefront retail, pretty difficult. So what's provided in the agenda as an attachment is what HDL has provided us, which they consider a best practices ordinance, which covers all manner of cannabis-related activities. This is something that they have utilized in different forms for the cities and counties that they represent throughout the state. The attachment was not intended to be a proposal for you tonight, but just merely a starting point for the discussion to start framing what aspects of cannabis activities City of Fullerton be interested in pursuing, if any, and then trying to get some policy direction from you regarding the basics, the how, what, where, and who. So regulatory mechanisms, the number and type of cannabis activities, the zones and distance requirements for where they might be located, and then the selection methodology, should we decide to move forward with cannabis actions. So tonight, if the council does decide to move forward with the resolution of intention, the recommended actions would be to approve an agreement with HDL to provide assistance in drafting a regulatory ordinance, selection process, costs, benefits, the full deal as it relates to cannabis. We would look to refine and draft the regulatory ordinance based on the model ordinance that we provided and your direction. Then we would be taking this item to Planning Commission as a first step to amend Title 15, which is the zoning code, in a public hearing. And then it would come back to the City Council for a first and second reading for the amendment of the code and would be effective 30 days following the second reading. So I mentioned these items. What I'd really like, if we do decide to move forward, we do have some additional specific direction that we're requesting. The ordinance as it was drafted was sort of the all of the above package. And so if we do have direction to move forward, we would look for your specific direction as we are crafting an ordinance that would be specific to Fullerton. When I had broached that this item was coming forward with the Planning Commission at our last meeting, the request from the planning commissioners was the same, namely, please provide as specific direction as possible so that when we do come before them for a code amendment, they understand that they're implementing the policies of the City Council. So up on the slide in front of you, you see sort of the who, what, when, where, why broken down a little bit more specifically. The first section is the type of cannabis activities, and then we could also talk about the number associated with each one. Location and separation requirements, what zones would they be allowed in, what would be separation distances, buffers from parks, schools, residential zones, youth centers, which is sort of a broadly defined state term. We talked about the schools being preschool, K through 12, and then there's also post-secondary, which is also be under consideration. Regulatory mechanism is just a fancy word for saying how do you want to permit these, if we do want to permit them at all. And so the options are really a regulatory permit, a development agreement, and then potentially a tax measure, which would require a ballot adoption, a ballot measure at a next election. Selection methodology, which is really what components of a merit-based selection process you would want to include, and then any specific recommendations on a selection process and procedure. And then lastly, sort of broad considerations that don't fit into my who, what, when, where, how, which would be if you wanted to include provisions related to local hiring requirements. There is some labor peace agreements. State law requires businesses that have more than 20 employees. Cannabis businesses with more than 20 are required to have a labor peace agreement. There are some cities that have amended to reduce the number of employees that would trigger the requirement for the labor peace agreement. So
is that like a labor negotiating, unit?
Yeah, the ability to unionize.
Okay,
Collective
everything
bargaining.
has a name that sounds like something else.
It does.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But it's related to the ability for a group to organize under collective bargaining.
Okay.
And then any other specific local operator, local owner requirements would be something specific to Fullerton. So these are all the items. I apologize. I would love to have put them all on one slide, but it would have been a little bit of an eye exam to see all these together. So with that, be happy to answer any questions. Also mention Dave McPherson is here from HDL. If you have any technical questions on the ordinance, I might refer to him.
So just to
Questions?
clarify, yes. May I start? I have
Yes.
a lot of questions, actually. Just to clarify, we are tonight only, we are not approving this particular ordinance. This is a sample, right? Not
That's
a draft that we would be approving, just a sample. And what we would be approving is engaging HDL officially and an intention to pursue more further information and an actual draft ordinance, correct?
I think
That's
more
correct.
accurately, this is the commencement of a process.
Okay.
Yes, so that's correct. So the ordinance that was included as an attachment to the staff report was really just an intent to kind of put everything out there that's available. You know, it's not necessarily even a recommended ordinance because we will want to tailor it to Fullerton specific, but it was to give you sort of the full menu of items that would be available for consideration.
Right, because there were some members of the public who were asking about
Absolutely,
that.
it's a very good clarification.
Yes, I do. If you would indulge me with a few questions,
Sure.
In this, and I'm looking at the sample ordinance or the draft ordinance, and I'm looking here that you have it has excluded cultivation in this. So just wanted to see what the reasoning behind that was.
So when we took a look at cultivation, especially outdoor cultivation is just not something that is occurring in the Southern California region. That's predominantly in Central and Northern California. It requires a large chunks of land that isn't really available in Fullerton. So we didn't want to put anything in front of you for consideration that wasn't really practically feasible to implement. Indoor cultivation in a large-scale facilities is also something that wouldn't be recommended. Large industrial facilities taken up for indoor cultivation have a number of impacts related to compatibility with surrounding uses, as well as it's very energy and water sort of resource heavy. There is a cultivation component as it relates to micro businesses. So a micro business is also called vertically integrated, meaning that they could cultivate, process, and sell under a similar license types. And so that is included, and it does allow up to 10,000 square feet of cultivation, which would probably be consistent with what we would look at.
Excluding
exclusive cultivation.
Exclusive cultivation only okay.
And to be fair, that's entirely not off the table. If the council were to direct us to look at cultivation, we would be happy to do that. We just felt like it wasn't necessarily something that we would want to spend a lot of time with, given the practical considerations for the city.
Okay, I have another question on page 6 of the ordinance. It relates to prohibited uses, and it says here in number 2, the applicant was notified.
What page are you on?
Page 6 of the ordinance. So it says the So this is when we are prohibiting the use, is that if the applicant was notified that it was conducted commercial cannabis activity in violation of Chapter 3.88 or other city ordinances, but has failed to cure violation in a timely manner. So what is timely manner? How do you define that in a timely manner? And does that mean that if they cure it, they'll be able to, whatever the violation is, that they'll be able to operate again? Is that how it is?
Well, we would have the ability to define what timely manner would consist of. So that would be the intent, is that if they are in violation and are not resolving the issue at hand, then this could be grounds for prohibiting.
And this is this violation of our current law or the after the fact?
This would be pursuant to. This would be after the fact.
After the fact. So if there's any violations here, they need to cure that violation in a timely manner.
So it helps a little bit. The legal standard is what is determined to be what is a commercially reasonable time to correct the violation. You can't put a specific timeline in because it depends what the violation is. Some violations can be cured in 24 hours, and some may take 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah. So you use commercial reasonable standards, and the court accepts that as a reasonable standard.
Also, something I'd like a little explanation on is as well number 5, which is leasing the properties at fair market value and putting some restrictions on that. What is this something that other cities have done, or is this even legal to put certain restrictions on cities? So I just wanted to get a little explanation on that.
Sure. So I think probably it would be best if I brought, there he is. So introduce Dave McPherson with HDL, and he can maybe touch on that one a little bit.
Appreciate the opportunity to come speak with you tonight. The intent of that really is state law restricts who has a financial interest in the business. And so what we found is businesses that may have been already up and operating and would not cure those things because you try to shut them down, basically would just transform the position of that location to someone else and then charge them a higher premium or gross receipts or percentage of the revenues to kind of circumvent that they would not shut down or be involved with directly the business. So that was designed more of people that didn't want to cooperate with the city's policy of participating through the process. And part of what Matt mentioned about is effective of the date of the ordinance is that you cure everything moving forward, not trying to say we're going to stay in business for a year and ignore you, and then then we want to be part of the process. And so that kind of has that mixture of issues that we're trying to resolve through that process.
Okay, thank you. And other cities have this ordinance. Is this based on any other city template of some sort? Because I know other cities have done this.
Pasadena uses that. El Monte uses that, and Stanton drafted ordinance that they're going to be proposing soon. We'll do that in the immediate area.
Okay.
Mr. McPherson, I think it would be useful if you would describe your place in this discussion. You represent a number of other cities and counties in California, and you're not a lobbyist for the cannabis industry. Is that correct?
That's correct. So HDL, the city of Fullerton is a client of HDL. We've been around representing government only for the last 35 years. We represent 500 cities and counties in California, of which 160 of them use our cannabis consulting services to address policy issues like you have before you today.
Thank you.
And then a couple of more questions on the number of businesses permitted. Is this something that is going to be part of that process? Is looking at our city? I mean, how do we determine this? Is there a formula that you have?
So there are different ways to do it. So there are some formula-based, population, size, et cetera. It would be up to the council in a lot of ways. You could set a hard cap, no more than X number at different license types or different types of activities, or you could establish a selection process and procedure and not identify a cap. And so if everyone was able to comply with the zoning separation requirements and we're submitting an application, it could come to consideration by the council or some other delegated body. So we would probably recommend a hard cap on whatever activity types, just so that there isn't confusion as to exactly how many would ultimately be permitted. But that number is up for discussion by the council.
And this is probably the purest area of council discretion. You can establish. There's no particular legal requirement. It's a matter of what you as a council think is appropriate.
And could you explain a little bit the selection process as described in this ordinance?
Yes, but he'll do it a lot better than I will.
Yes, and it's simplified in layman's terms as much as possible so we can all understand.
Again, in time, the procedure itself will come back to council for direction and the sign off on it. But in a quick thing, it's kind of designing a 4-phase process. A phase 1 would be verify the property is properly zoned and the individuals, principals of the owners would be background and passive background. That's a qualifier or disqualifier. Phase 2 would be a actual application process that would be the criteria established in the ordinance and would meet state law requirements. It would be reviewed, create a report, scored just for quality assurance that if they meet a certain criteria, let's say 80%, they would be allowed to move into phase 3. Phase 3 would be a recommended interview process to those qualified applicants, in which that internal staff would be selected by the city manager and designated as that interview or selection committee. They will interview them and score them based on that, kind of accumulate the points from the phase 2 to 3, come forward to council with a recommendation based on the outcome of that, of the number of permits that you may be permitting or authorizing.
And who makes the final determination on who is selected? Because this is a merit-based system.
Sure.
So
and the final recommendation, again, the staff could come back with you the ranking of the outcome of that through that objective process, but it would be at the council level, which they can either accept the process of where the outcome was, or they can say, if you're only, let's say, allowing 2 of a certain activity, you could say, I prefer number 3 or number 4, but all those people would be eligible for your consideration.
How do you manage? Let's say you have 4 dispensaries allowed. Let's say, right, that's the number, and then you get 2 that score exactly the same, and so now you select 3. They got the highest score. The 4th one, you get multiple people with the same score.
And we've had scenarios that some of that has occurred. You have 2 scenarios of that. One is you could consideration of the option that you can ask the applicants questions. You may assess it by the location, things that are concerned or a priority to you. You can look at that consideration so that if you had a tie of that, you would make that final determination which is more priority to you or that. Or in some cases, we've had cities that would actually, because they have good applicants, just expand the numbers to 6.
Now, isn't there situations in other cities currently that have been sued for such a situation?
There has been lawsuits regarding people challenging the process, regardless of what it is. That typically happens up and down the state, depending on what it is. It doesn't mean the outcome is in their favor.
Okay, so this is the most objective that we can do.
That the goal would be to make it as objective and as transparent and clear and defined to the applicant, so they know what the expectation and outcome is.
And this is obviously we'll go through this because you will still have to define that merit based and all the questionnaire and all the application process, and we'll come back again for discussion.
That would be the goal, yes, for your approval.
Thank you. And then on the transfer of cannabis business permits, could you explain that a little bit also? Because there are some situations where a business would come in, get the license, and then flip it and transfer it quickly to someone else. Could you explain here? I know there's some language here that kind of protects somewhat from this, but I'd love to see your explanation for the public.
Sure. So there's a few goals in here. One is that there are transitional businesses that are still co-op and collectives that if they were awarded a permit under that and they're still in transition, as long as the principles were the same, it would be permitted administratively to transition that business as long as the ownership was the same. In the other cases where you could have a death or illness or someone that has removed based on those things beyond our control, is that it would be still administratively consideration. If it's a true purchase or an acquisition of that of 51% or more, then it would have to come back for council's for approval. They would be still required to go through the same due diligence of the background, meet the certain criteria. If it's a pure acquisition of none of that related to where it is 51% or more, it has to be approved or council, or it can be considered that they have to go back into the process to be awarded the permit.
And is there a specific time period that we need to set for before a business could potentially transfer?
It's within your privy to do. Some cities will make it 3 years, some will make it 5. One may make it 2 years, and if there's variations of that's based on your discretion.
I also have a question. I think got a couple more questions here. On the right to occupy and use the property, this is page 15. I just wanted to clarify. It says that there needs to be sufficient evidence of the legal right to occupy and use the proposed location. Does that mean that they have to obtain the lease in advance?
Usually they have the intent to a contingency lease where they may lease it until they know if they're getting a permit or not. And so it doesn't have to be a signed, notarized lease. It just has to be evidence that they do have the right for that property. State law requires it, but here that they have at least been able to establish that at the local level.
And this is significant because to protect the businesses from gouging, correct? And from
yes. And also the city of delaying the process of awarding something for someone that will never have a property.
Right. A little bit on the, I think this may be a question for Matt. I think from some of the presentation of the businesses, it explains it in detail on what the business on the outside would look like, whether there's what the buzzing in to the no advertisement of the product itself, etc. One thing, maybe you can just elaborate on this a little bit for the general public on what these might look like if they are to be approved, and according to what your vision is in this.
Well, we probably should hear from the public to hear what their appetite is regarding.
I just want to explain what's in this ordinance or this draft ordinance.
Explain about an array of things that could be when there's maybe only two things that we will consider.
Yeah, I'm at a loss as to understand why a sample ordinance is put in here when we haven't even given staff direction on what if any kind of cannabis business we're going to allow in town. So to go line by line through a model ordinance that we're not debating tonight, I'm kind of at a loss as to why we're doing that.
Well, I had a request to put the ordinance in just so we can get an idea of what's out there, a flavor for it, if you will, and help us provide some direction if we do go direction for the third bullet. But you're right. I mean, we're not authorizing this today, but I think it could be helpful if we do give direction to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm asking this is it is here, and it's a document made for the general public, so I just want to make sure that we are exploring and explaining things as we go through this.
But perhaps we can explain it if we do bring it back. That way we can move on here. I mean, because this still has to come back to us, and we're still going to have to dissect it.
But between now and then, the general public is going to be going out and with an understanding that we approved it, and I think it's important that we put out proper, accurate information from the get-go, because otherwise you're going to get people on Facebook writing all kinds of things and false information. And so I want to make sure that we have all the right information right now. This has been presented to us now. So,
and I think staff's done a great job of outlining what our choices are within the context of a sample or a model ordinance. So after we hear from the public, then we'll get some idea whether they want 0 dispensaries, 5 dispensaries, or 25 dispensaries, as just an example.
Yeah, but also in making these decisions, we have to understand, the general public would have to understand some of the nuances, some of the details, because there's, we can't just say yes or no, and then if yes, let's discuss the details.
But Ahmad, this is all coming back
yeah.
to us again. Yeah. And when we have something more specific,
all right,
then we'll ask about, specificity about the lines in the ordinance.
Okay, then I will have no further questions until the after public comment.
Any other questions, Council? I just have one. I think is for in here there was a clause about renewing the license. The permit is for 12 months. Where is it at? So if let's say we do go to dispensaries and someone gets a permit or license, sometimes you can't get a business up and running within 12 months. So when they have to renew it, are they going to have to go to the same process, the same fees, even though they're in the process, but it just didn't happen because of construction, city delays?
So once you award the permit in the first year, it may, again, they might be in TI work or tenant improvement, so that's not the scenario. When they renew the process, there's a checklist of things that are more, has any ownership changed? Is the lease still active? Is their information still, are they properly insured? All the checklists of things that are standard are a part of that process, plus any conditions or terms that are put on them to make sure that they're in compliance with, not going through the same process.
Thank you. All right, if there are no more questions, we'll open up the public comments.
Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the council, thank you very much. My name is Nick Berardino. I'm the former general manager of the Orange County Employees Association, currently the president of Valor, Veterans Alliance of Orange County. I want to speak in favor of your consideration and positive consideration and direction to move forward on establishing policy for marijuana dispensaries. Veterans are, of course, great users of this. I can tell you, I was in Vietnam 1967 to 68, Marine machine gunner, Special Landing Forces. Now I look like the boat, but actually, I actually did that. Myself, like thousands, tens of thousands of others, was injured during the war. I spent a month in the hospital, Yokosuka, Japan. Came back, being treated at the Veterans Administration. Let me tell you, it's pain pills and surgeries and no more surgeries. And, veterans have found this to be a wonderful way to begin to address their issues, including PTSD, which we've now gotten every veterans organization, including the American Legion, on board for that. Number two, in Santa Ana, I've seen it with Safe Access, which is a dispensary there. It was the first one to unionize, first one to be built. What a great relationship between them and the city. In fact, that one dispensary has $1 million that they give to the city each year in taxes, and really joins in a very cooperative relationship, which should be something you should be discussing with dispensaries in terms of giving back. I know Safe Access feeds the homeless, gives turkeys out, does a variety of other things in addition to generating $1 million. The additional benefit is, as we mentioned, these can be union dispensaries, which provides to the community a very dark industry. But because of the union involvement, what you now have is more regulation, more people looking over it, and fair wages, health care benefits, and pensions, and a variety of other things that are positive contributions to the community. So as you look at this, I think you should look at it from a more holistic point of view, and how it can be such a great benefit, not only to veterans, but many other people in the community, and enrich your community and use it to work together. So I thank you very much for your time, and urge you to consider moving forward.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I also stand in support of you furthering your examination of this issue. My name is Jeff Letourneau. I'm the Northern Vice Chair of the Democratic Party of Orange County, which includes Brea, Fullerton, Buena Park, and Placentia and Yorba Linda, 27,000 Democrats in Fullerton alone. The Democratic Party was strongly in favor of Prop 64. We worked very hard to get it passed. And so let me address a couple of things. I'm also addressing you as a person who has been living with HIV for 30 years, and I use THC products for health reasons. Also have sciatic pain that's cut my pill usage down by 50%. And I'm also a person who, at the age of 18 years old, I'm 63 now, was poisoned by my own government with paraquat that was sprayed on Mexican marijuana fields, and I have permanent lung damage in my left lung because of it. So it is really imperative that this industry proceed in the model of Santa Ana and soon to be probably Anaheim as a well-regulated type of industry that provides living wage jobs where people can afford to live in Fullerton and afford to shop in Fullerton and know that the products that they're getting are tested and safe, and that the predatory on-the-street type marijuana dealing just pretty much stops. The days of thinking that if you just don't put a dispensary, there's not going to be any pot around is silly, actually. I've sat here for hours now listening to almost every single department say how broke they are, how underfunded they are, and you're looking at an opportunity for millions and millions of dollars in new tax revenue that is now going almost exclusively to Santa Ana. You need a dispensary product here. You jump in your car, you go 20 minutes, and you go to Santa Ana. They get the tax revenue, and they bring it back into Fullerton, and you get nothing. Or you pick up the phone, and you call these predatory home delivery services that are providing minimum wage jobs with no benefits and no regulation. They can drop off anywhere. And so I think the concept, whether it be the model that you laid out or something similar, is a win-win for everybody. Massive increased tax revenue and a safe product that people can use for both medical and recreational usage. And if you don't do it, then Anaheim and Santa Ana are going to beat you to the punch, and Santa Ana probably already has. And the residents of Fullerton, I think, are going to be a lesser benefit than they could be if you put something together that works for everybody. We need strong unionized dispensary industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, mayors and city councils. Today I come in to no support this marijuana spenders here, because I have children and I don't know later what is this marijuana going. I know my neighbor is the couple using for trimming. Now the lady abandoned the car, the house with the keys. This guy 6 keys along with the husband, and I know one more in my community. I know the city need money, I know the city need business, but I think that's not the way to happen business in our community. I think you have children, and I think everybody has children, and I think nobody wants the kids involved in marijuana. Now you see in other streets the kids smoking marijuana. It has vaping, gas, everything. Is having spend here. If they have expenses here, they have business here. What is going thus? I think. Thank you so much for hearing me, and I want your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to see if someone could
Si le puede traducir.
Sí, a
por
ver.
favor, gracias.
Vamos. So we'll try and translate. All right.
Sorry.
That's all right. Dígame.
Muy buenas tardes. Soy una residente de Fullerton, a la cual le preocupa pues el dispensario porque
Okay, so good evening. I'm a Fullerton resident, and I'm here. I have a concern about dispensaries.
nosotros consideramos que es algo que factura mucho dinero, quizás, pero también a cuenta de que de la salud de los niños, tanto como las personas mayores.
Okay, so we're here that we understand that there might be a lot of revenue and profits from these dispensaries, but the whole concern is the health and well-being of children and adults.
Nosotros salimos de nuestro departamento y ya es común oler la marihuana. Llega uno con dolor de cabeza, los niños tienen asma. Conozco madres que están sufriendo porque sus niños tienen mucha asma.
So when she's often when she walks out of her apartment, it's being smoked in her complex, and they do get headaches, and the kids are she feels they're being infected. Some of them have asthma, and so the smoke, the smell of the cannabis gives them headaches and causes problems.
Yo entiendo que el cannabis es algo saludable para muchas personas que lo recetan, pero desgraciadamente la marihuana es exclusivo, que los que la están consumiendo más los adolescentes, la reparten entre sus amigos.
So she does see that cannabis may be good for some people who are on a medicinal level, but she does feel that what the impact will be on the adolescents that will take it. A los niños, a los adolescentes que van a tomarla, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Ya es muy común para nosotros, pero como le digo, es muy preocupante para tanto como para nosotros como para la sociedad. Antes vivíamos un Fullerton más mejor, el medio ambiente sobre todo. Estamos buscando generar para el medio ambiente. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos haciendo? Lo estamos perjudicando más.
So we lived in Fullerton here for a long time, and now it's common that we smell and see the cannabis, and we're losing our it's not ambience, but our neighborhood presence and our sense of this is where we get stuck. But she's just concerned about the overall well-being of her community, her neighborhood.
Nomás quisiera que tuviéramos un poquito más de conciencia hacia, como le digo, para los niños y las personas de avanzada edad, que son las más perjudiciales.
So she just wishes that we would be more conscious and take more into account the kids, the adolescents, and elderly people who are impacted by this in a negative way.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Good evening, member of the council and Mayor Silva. My name is Ilse Miranda, and I'm here today because I want to speak about allowing the cannabis business into Fullerton and sell and create revenue. You could frame it however you want. You could put, there's going to be money, there's going to be this, it's going to be very good for the city. But we are struggling with the addiction on the streets. We're already struggling with homeless. How do they become homeless? Because they are addicted. Not all of them. Don't take me. I mean, not all of them. Most of them, we're struggling because they're doing drugs on the streets. What do we want for our city? We want that in the future? Or do you want the revenue to help the same homeless issues? So it's going to come back. You're going to spend more money in the long run if you allow these dispensaries to be in our city, to be in our streets. We had one on Euclid and Baker, and you see this traffic all the time. People coming out of the cities. They don't look very like these people here with their suits, very nice looking people. They don't look nothing like that. They look really bad. We want cops on the streets. Now we're putting more business, more pressure to the cops. Come on, let's help our city to be a better city. Don't just, like I said, look at the big picture there and look at how you want it to be in the near future. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Mr. Domer, and Chief Dunn. Thank you for the courtesy of your attention. My name is Eric Chan. I am the Managing Director of the Cannabis Regulation Impact Study Program. Our not-for-profit policy program, known as CRISP for short, is designed to support cities to get from point A, current cannabis prohibition policies, to point B, safe, responsible, well-informed policy reform. We are collaborating with UCLA Cannabis Research Initiative, one of the leading research institutes in the entire world, to provide technical support. CRISP is designed to address the common problems experienced by the overwhelming majority of California cities that have moved forward and or attempted to move forward with cannabis policy reform. Problems that I do not see mentioned anywhere in any documents provided by the HDL cannabis consultant. For example, HDL makes no mention how to address impact on Fullerton youth. We do acknowledge this concern, and CRISP is designed to mitigate youth impact. In fact, I shared specifically how we do this in my meeting with Mayor Silva and previous Community Development Director Ted White in Mayor Silva's office in May of this year. I shared with Mayor Silva in our meeting and with the rest of council over several emails how CRISP can also address issues that law enforcement will face with increased traffic and safety concerns, and how our program provides a model for environmental impact review to be CEQA compliant according to the recent Supreme Court ruling that invalidated portions of San Diego's policy. And for your information, the current draft ordinance that's provided is not CEQA compliant and does open up the city for litigation. HDL does not discuss in their proposal another reality that CRISP preemptively addresses is public relations. A couple years ago, the City Council Placentia was slammed with protests and threatened with recall because they were not properly advised to deal with public concern as they worked towards policy reform. Just this summer, the City Council of El Monte rescinded 5 cannabis cultivation permits that they had previously authorized due to community protest and the threat of recall, another instance where a city council was not properly prepared. And for council's reference, HDL consulted for both of these cities. Alternatively, CRISP has been developed from a 6-year study of cannabis concerns from 22 Southern California communities, with input from specialists in local government, education, healthcare, and law. We provide Fullerton-specific community impact data to be researched by a UCLA-led study team so that council has actionable, real-time data for informed policy decisions. CRISP includes a vehicle to address public concerns to avoid PR debacles that happen in Placentia and El Monte. And for the fiscally responsible council members and voters in the audience and those watching at home, we are offering our program at a zero-sum total cost to the city, not $45,000. If you want the safest, most responsible path to policy reform, CRISP and UCLA are ready to work with the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Silva and City Council. My name is Gretchen Cox. I'm a 29-year resident of Fullerton. We all know that there's no shortage of access currently to marijuana, whether it's medical or recreational, and we're learning that there is no shortage of people looking to make money off of this business. Why shouldn't we allow cannabis shops in Fullerton? Although it's a legal drug now in California, I have a few reasons why we should not support local retail of cannabis. According to a 2017 article in the Insurance Journal, 2 separate studies, one done in Long Beach, California, and one in Denver, Colorado, linked marijuana shops to increases in property crimes in nearby neighborhoods. Not immediately around the shops because typically they have security, but in the adjacent neighborhoods. So we're bringing something into our neighborhoods that are already stressed with not enough police and too much crime. And as hard as Chief Dunn has been working to bring in more officers, it's not an easy task for our city at this point. So why would we want to bring in potentially more crime activity? It's also already a known fact that opening legal stores in our cities does nothing to stop the illegal and unauthorized shops. And those typically thrive far more than the legal shops because they can charge less and people are going to look for the lower price. So you're just going to encourage the illegal shops. A story from NBC News from May of 2018 talks about how Chinese, Cuban, and Mexican drug cartels have gotten involved in the shops and involved in human trafficking to fill their growing need for cheap labor to work in grow operations, harvesting, and processing of marijuana. They find it cheaper to come into our cities, buy homes or rent homes, and start their growth and harvesting processes there using human trafficked people. vulnerable people that they're getting off the streets who are coming in here illegally. In one case in Colorado, there was a whole Chinese family of illegal immigrants that were basically being held prisoners in a huge house that had been turned into a grow operation. So that's not an isolated story, and we don't want to encourage those kinds of situations. In California, after marijuana was legalized, marijuana-related traffic deaths increased 151%. A lot of people are saying how our city's going to make a lot more money. We're seeing that a lot of the money made by cities is just going to backfill their police budgets. And in Colorado, for every dollar in tax revenue generated by marijuana sales, residents are paying $4.50 in costs to mitigate the criminal activity that goes on around that. I'd like to see the city save $45,000, not enter this agreement, and not consider bringing in legal pot shops. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, my notes. Hello, City Council, Mayor Silva. My name is Pamela Levine. I am a successful businesswoman. My husband and I have lived in Fullerton and Raymond Hills in the upscale neighborhood for 20 plus years. I feel that cannabis legalization is just not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I myself utilize CBD oils for medicinal properties. I'm having a hip replacement. I've got numerous things, as many do. I feel that cannabis stores, some of them look like Apple stores. They look like beautiful jewelry stores if they are parameters and they are presented and they are legalized in a proper fashion. I think Fullerton should be on the forefront versus letting our surrounding neighbors benefit from this revenue. Alcohol sales are down in the city of Fullerton because of cannabis legalization. I feel that it is a job as a community to make sure that the kids do not get their hands on this as they do with alcohol, tobacco, or vapes. I feel that we should try and utilize whatever tax revenue. I have sat here, some of this I have scripted, but after listening actually to the earlier points, I do hear how the city needs to find funding and revenue for things. And this actually is really the appropriate answer if it is regulated. And I do stress regulated. I do hear all of your other concerns. I myself have children. I raise children here. It is no different than alcohol, and as long as it is regulated. And the medicinal properties really do benefit. Alcohol has no medicinal properties, but what the medicinal properties with CBD oils and the therapies for autistic children, for older people, for arthritis, really are beneficial. And I think we need to look at it like that versus the deep, shady side that I know that it brings. And it has that appeal. But if you have to look at it the same way you look at alcohol, that's all I would like you to consider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I did a little bit of research today, and I would recommend, before you make up your mind about, this is the National Institute on Drug Abuse, and it's just about marijuana. I strongly request that you pass on this opportunity to bring in pot shops. I can't find a furniture store in Fullerton, but there'll be pot shops here for those people that need that. If it's inconvenient for people to get the marijuana that they want, they might have to drive a little ways to do it. I had to drive out to Ontario to shop for furniture, for example. It's still a federal crime to sell pot. And I'm concerned also because of the colleges and how many youths are in our cities who come in to the colleges. I know that youth could get alcohol by just asking one of their older friends to buy it for them, and I don't see that this would be any different with the marijuana. Now, according to the National Institute of Health, recent data suggests 30% of those who use pot may have some sort of marijuana disorder. People who begin using pot before the age of 18 are 4 to 7 times more likely to develop a marijuana disorder. And that's just another term for dependence or addiction. It affects a person's ambition. Besides the possibility of them moving on to another drug, cocaine, I don't know what the names of all of them are, thankfully. But I do know that that the marijuana is a starting point. And I'm a little surprised that we come to such detail when you haven't even decided whether you want to sell it in the city of Fullerton. And what does NIH stand for? I mean, what do those letters stand for? I'm not familiar.
National Institute of Health.
What? No. I guess I said it wrong. The one that, I'm sorry, what does that stand for? Yes, I know what NIH stands for. What is that?
That's a company that is already a consultant for the city of Fullerton, and they're offering their consultant services to the city of Fullerton in this area because they represent a lot of other cities in this area as well.
I don't know what those letters must stand for something. That's what
They represent the founders' last names, as I recall.
The founder's last name? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. This issue is, really important, I think, to anyone who comes here and to the many people who can't come here. But if you approve it, it'll be increasingly important because it will have absolute negative, horrid effects on the most vulnerable, the most sensitive, the children. And children really can get up to, pretty high ages. And they aren't necessarily impacted adversely, people. I knew 5 absolutely outstanding individuals as a young man. 2 of them, the absolute best guys I knew, went to Vietnam. One was killed, and the other, I had this jogged my memory. This gentleman here, the veteran, he spent a number of years in veteran hospitals. No marijuana, but he ended up dying there. Then there were 2 others, so outstanding, 1,600 SAT scores. That was the top, and just gifted. They both got into marijuana. And they both lived a while. One of them died, no teeth, they'd go all shot. The other guy's still alive. Just lives absolutely, totally, utterly destroyed. Just so destroyed, you can't believe it. And marijuana just leads to on and on and on, jail, everything, every kind of other drug, everything. Destruction, total destruction. Now, I have had the opportunity, I've had a 10-year period of time being involved in cancer institutions all around Los Angeles. And I mean, just unbelievably intense, many, innumerable visits, encounters, dealing with hundreds of people with cancer. And I mean horror stories at a number of different hospitals. And I spoke with all of them, not one person, this is 10 years, not one person used marijuana, not one person. Pain, honestly, this one I remember this one situation. I was speaking with a woman, and I just started crying. It was the worst thing I ever heard.
Thank you, Mr.
This is just outrageously evil.
Thank you.
Don't do it.
Good evening. My name is Dan Perez. I'm a retired Los Angeles police detective. I've become an advocate for the cannabis industry. I don't have cancer. I don't use cannabis. It's because of job creation. Since I retired, I started my own security guard company. I now have licensed dispensaries, cultivation, manufacturing facilities from San Diego up to Santa Barbara. I have now employed about 160 guards through this industry. If it wasn't for this industry, that would be 160 more people unemployed, possibly also coming to Gilbert to live at your homeless place. But it's created jobs. But this city, since 1940, you've had cannabis sales going on through your city. Cannabis sales was from the Fullerton, Toker town, also from Baker Street gangsters. They were selling cannabis, and when they tax the people or collect the tax revenue from that they make, they buy guns. They do harm to the community instead of collecting the tax revenue and do positive things for the community. 2011, there was a gang injunction against FTT in the city. And to show that it's still active, they're still active gang. This year on August 26th, one of the guys was shot and killed. They also arrested a gang member from FTT up in Oklahoma who was purchasing guns to send it back down here to Fullerton. Your crime statistics here, based on FBI statistics for 2017, in that year there was 1 murder, 63 rapes, 98 robberies, 293 burglaries. Also, too, as a parent, I'm concerned, too, as the number one drug. The number one drug, I think, is alcohol. This is from the Center for Disease Control website. They say every 51 seconds someone dies of alcohol-related offense. It's not cannabis, it's alcohol-related. Also, too, this year, your own police department put out a press release talking about St. Patrick's Day. And they even mentioned, too, that here, last year in 2017, 59 people were killed nationwide for drunk driving, not cannabis. Also, too, this is from Los Angeles Police Department, which is the city I used to work for. At that time in 2009, they did research, and the LA City Council wanted the chief of police to research it. And Chief Beck at that time said, banks are more likely to get robbed than medical dispensaries. Then he also did research in 2009 with Denver Police Department, and they also said the same thing. They said Denver City Council found that robberies and burglary rates or dispensaries were lower than banks and liquor stores. Then if I could just get what the tax revenue do is you can help educate the parents, also to do after-school programs. In the first 2 years of 2018, Santa Ana, they generated $1 million in tax revenue. San Jose generated $2.2 million in the first 2 months. Oakland made $2.86 million. Port Hueneme, they generated in the first 6 months, they generated $3.5 million in tax revenue.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Since you do a security firm, have you noticed the trends that were stated earlier that property crime, maybe not necessarily around the dispensary, but around the city, have increased when there are dispensaries or cannabis businesses in that community? Do you have any stats on that, or?
Yeah, I have stats, but that's not true. It actually goes down because you have one of the state requirements is that there's no loitering at these facilities, and so it's the applicant's responsibility to ensure that. And so how they ensure is with uniformed security guards patrolling the perimeter of their facility.
But extending beyond the facility, are you aware of any property crimes increasing?
No, actually, it drops. And I have the statistics to show that, too.
Well, we'll have to get some of that. All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tony Bushala, and I'd like to address the issue of zoning, and specifically how conservative zoning could help move this important subject along to create a win-win situation for the city of Fullerton and, most importantly, for its citizens. When the city addressed the subject back in 2016, the city staff, and I believe it was Matt Fox who drafted the proposed ordinance, included a proposed cannabis zoning map for potential businesses to be located within the city. The zoning map prepared by city staff had a 1,000-foot buffer from any residentially zoned properties, as well as schools, parks, and churches. This was done primarily to mitigate any significant impacts and concerns that many residents fear that cannabis businesses may have on its citizens. The time has come to rectify this situation. Over 50% of the voters of Fullerton voted to make cannabis legal. So we must follow the will of the voters. I ask you tonight to move forward with a cannabis ordinance, but with one that includes a 1,000-foot buffer from any residential zone properties, not a 25-foot buffer, which I believe was being proposed. Everyone in this room, including those who are watching this at home, understands that the city of Fullerton needs to be looking at new sources of revenue to help backfill the rising costs of salaries, pensions, keeping our parks manicured and cleaned, as well as bringing in new funds to the library, not to mention our aging infrastructure. In closing, I encourage us to use a progressive yet conservative approach in making this ordinance a win-win for the residents of Fullerton as well as for those who are employed by the city of Fullerton. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is George Stevens, and I am a longtime Fullerton resident. As you know, in our city, cannabis is being sold both legally and illegally. In both cases, we are receiving no taxes and or benefits from these ongoing sales. Now, that being said, I'd like to see cannabis in our city handled in the correct manner. Other cities are doing so, and they're doing it in what I believe is a correct way. They are generating millions in tax revenue for their schools, police, and roads. As I review today's proposal, there is a tremendous difference between what was presented to us in June 2016 and what is presented to us today. What was presented to us in the past, for the most part, I could support. What is being presented to us today, I cannot support. What changed? Why was there such a dramatic difference between the two? It was already brought up, a 25-foot residential buffer? That's ridiculous. Maybe from me to you? So I really am in favor of what the cannabis industry can do for our city. I do not want to live next door to one. I would like to see an input committee come from the citizens of Fullerton, business owners from Fullerton, city council members, and someone from our planning department. I would like to see the residents of Fullerton be a first choice option. From listening to this gentleman here, it looked to me like there's going to be some type of point system. I don't know how the point system's being made up. The influencers and decision makers on this issue should not come from outside of Fullerton. They should be Fullerton people. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Gabriel Saldana, and I am a resident here of Fullerton. I live off Orange Strobe and Highland, and I've been here for quite some time, and it's a healthy debate, what you're hearing here from the residents and from what the council has said. I think the first part that is important to me is that you already have a large amount of residents in the city of Fullerton, not outside of Fullerton. I'm talking about kids under 18, a large amount of residents that consume marijuana, and I think the safety of the product that's put out there is something that should be very important to everybody. You have current shops in Fullerton that are selling marijuana illegally, and those folks don't know what kind of products they're putting in their body. They read more articles about these vapes and these lung conditions that are being created out there. You would hate to see Fullerton residents going out to a place within the community and buying these types of products like many years ago in the black market and falling a victim to some of these diseases and safety. I think the city of Fullerton has a great opportunity for its citizens to be able to make safety a priority for the folks that are consuming marijuana within the community, safety, and for all the residents that are in the community. it also provides jobs for the community as well. And I've been a union member myself since 2001. I've always held a union job, have a good pension, have a good medical insurance, and I think bringing union jobs into the community for the cannabis shops would be a positive thing for the community. I think it also brings in revenue for the community as well, which I think it would be a very positive thing for all the city. I live, like I mentioned, on Highland and Orange Grove. Every time I drive up my street, my two daughters that I have are always saying, why are the streets so bad here when we pay so much of taxes? And I'm like, well, I don't know. This is my first time coming to one of these council meetings, so it's good to see folks involved. And I would like to end it just with that. My family is from Mexico, from Chihuahua. I was fortunate to be born in the beautiful city of Los Angeles, and it was always painted to me from my mom and my dad as one of the worst things that people could do was consume marijuana. Bad actors, bad folks. And as I've met so many people in this community that do consume marijuana, that are professionals, business owners, people that are not anything that my mom and dad described when I was a young kid growing up. Even I had the privilege of living in Chihuahua for many years as well, in Miyoki, and the way that my parents described it to what I see in reality of people in the community that I speak to and talk to about what it is not what it was once painted to me as a young kid. So I thank the council for time. I am in support of it, and I hope the council will take it under consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, council, city manager, department heads. My name is Carla Duran. I'm a Fullerton resident. I've been here for more than 27 years. I am currently a student over at Cal State Fullerton getting my master's in public administration, but most importantly, I was an employee here with the city of Fullerton for more than 12 years. So I know the strengths and the weaknesses of our city, but mostly how incredible Fullerton is in every aspect, from its residents to its employees. I want to show my support for this ordinance. I feel that we as a city know that we have plenty of areas that need more tax revenue. In the sample ordinance, there was a section about community involvement and outreach. Our parks programs haven't been the same since the recession. If we had these different tax fundings coming in, we'd be able to have programs like the PACE program that you had mentioned earlier. I thought you were talking about the parents and children education program that we used to have. So many programs that have been cut, we'd be able to support us again. Also, I think if we were to move forward with this ordinance, we definitely have to do some community outreach, workshops, educate everyone. There's a lot of misinformation going around, and I think if you guys involve the community, as other speakers have mentioned, that would just provide us with a better result overall. But other than that, I have full faith in our city staff and HDL to establish a merit-based program that would benefit our residents, and our business leaders. Also just help the city at all. But thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Adam Spiker. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit cannabis association called Southern California Coalition. It's a group of about 300 licensed cannabis operators from the region. And I want to start by saying we've worked with dozens of local jurisdictions, the state government, on trying to create win-wins for communities, the industry, and certainly constituents. And I have a lot of sympathy for some of the folks coming up speaking against this. I think we can all understand where they're coming from. I agree that there needs to be more education, but I also think it's already in this community. This isn't a conversation to me about whether you support or want cannabis in your community. It's here. It's in every community. It's untaxed, it's unregulated, and most importantly, it's untested. And I point to what's going on right now with the vaping epidemic, where over 1,000 people so far are getting violently sick. It's all illicit operations. And so what I would want you guys to consider is that it's not about you guys taking a vote to move forward because you support cannabis. It's about you trying to actually police it and protect your constituents, because it's a supply and demand thing. Right now, there's a demand for it, whether you like it or not. So you want to try and meet that demand through regulated supply and attach $1 million licenses to these operations, so that there's a real hindrance against doing anything, illegal, selling to minors, things like that. That I think is a model that if you go out to your community and educate them about, certainly the licensed industry is your strongest proponent. They're the most vigorous about illicit activity and fighting it. it's hard to fight something when you haven't delineated truly black and white what's legal and what isn't. So by licensing businesses, you can add to your ordinance more stringent enforcement. I'll give you an example. In LA, when we did Prop M, we added $20,000 a day fines that attach to the business and the property owner, post-licensure. So I think that's really more the conversation that maybe you guys should think about, but also try and help instill in your community that it's not a conversation about wanting cannabis in your community. It's about dealing with the fact it's already here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Silva and Fullerton City Council members, I am Billy Holt, and I've lived in Fullerton for over 30 years. I worked in Fullerton as well as coordinator of curriculum instruction in the Fullerton school districts, and I retired as director of development. And I just want to say that I am passionate about Fullerton, protecting our children, protecting our youth, and our people in Fullerton. I love the legacy of Fullerton. And as coordinator of curriculum, one of the things that we did with our students is take them on a tour of Fullerton. We would show them the areas of Fullerton and also City Hall. So tonight, I am saying to you, let's let government work and listen to the people. I'm bringing to you tonight over 200 signatures of people who say we oppose cannabis sales in our city. And I, for one, am wondering about how we allowed over 50 bars in our city and the party scene that we have going downtown Fullerton now. And what will that look like when we add cannabis sales and we add marijuana to that scene? In addition to that, we've heard a lot about money and generating money. I have a lot of questions about the costs that it will take to administrate it. What about the cost to additional police? What about the medical costs to our city? And not to mention the human cost. Will there be an increase in liability insurance? Police have no way of determining legally what DUI under marijuana is. And if there are arrests, what kind of liability will our city incur? Will that incur additional lawsuits for our city? So we are asking you with these signatures, and I left you a packet of copies of the signatures as well as comments that I heard from people and quotes from people about why they're against it. One school board member said to me, I would sign that petition in a heartbeat, and she did, and we all did. And so that is what I bring to you tonight. We're asking you to protect our youth, protect our families and our businesses. And we're not talking tonight. I've heard two different issues addressed. I heard medical marijuana and recreational marijuana. And those are two different issues. And so we're not talking about medical, we're talking about recreational. So thank you so much. And I did leave the packet with you for each one of you, and I have original copies as well.
Thank you.
Hi, Kitty Jaramillo again. You guys have heard my stories regarding the cannabis stores, and you know how it hurts my heart every time I go to the city of Santa Ana and buy my CBD creams and all that stuff over there. You know, I would always rather give my money here to Fullerton. I know it's very important. But every few months I have to go to Santa Ana. And it wouldn't be such a boogeyman if people would go to a legal dispensary and see how they really are, see how they're operated. They're not the boogeyman like everybody thinks. They're not run like the illegal dispensaries that have been busted here in our city. Although I went to one that got busted here in our city when I had the group of little old ladies from my pool therapy with me. And it was getting busted the day we got there. Cops were all there and code enforcement. But that in there was run the same way that the Santa Ana dispensaries are run. Very good, very professional. And how somebody said that there's nobody that looks like our council, not you guys, or maybe you guys, but our audience here. And there are. I recommended the one I go to in Santa Ana, which is Peoples off the 55 freeway, in an industrial zone, which is where I think any legal cannabis dispensary that's approved for our city should be in an industrial zone only, not anything that's close to residential, parks, schools, churches, anything like that. They should always be in an industrial zone. But that's the best place they can be. There's plenty of security at all of them. They're super clean. I recommended Peoples to my good friend, retired director from Hertz Corporation. He lives in Mission Viejo. He went to Peoples in Santa Ana, and he calls me right away and says, Kitty, I couldn't believe the people that I saw in there. Businessmen, white women, Mexican women, white guys, Mexican guys, all walks of life. Three-piece suits, everybody on their lunch hour going there. It's not the boogeyman. It's not where people go just to get loaded. It's nothing like that. But you got to go. Maybe you guys need to go, anybody who's not thinking of approving this. But I think when the time comes, we got to get behind the 8 ball and get in there and get in the game. If heaven knows, we need the money. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Silva and Congress and Council. My name is Barbara Kunert, and I am a resident of Fullerton for 26 years. I've found Fullerton through the years a very charming.
Excuse me, can you just pull back a little bit from the mic? Thank you.
About that. Small town city, is that better?
Thank you, yes.
Okay. Small town charm and safe. We have, over the years, have opened a lot of restaurants and which is fine, but also we have a lot more bars, and I feel like we also have a lot more activity from college students here, and a lot of unsafe activity that has taken place because of that. The one thing that I'm really concerned about is I believe that, yes, there probably is some marijuana oils and creams that help others. And maybe people who have these issues should see some professional with a clinic or something. But my concern is bringing these dispensaries into Fullerton and bringing more problems, less accountability, and more issues for children and people driving, because marijuana is addiction. It impairs judgment, and it just leads to the ability to really have your senses. And I have a lot more information that I'd like to share, but I will follow up in an email or letter to all of you to keep it short for tonight. But I am opposed to I disagree with bringing the dispensaries into Fullerton. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone want further comments? All right. Seeing none, we will bring it back to council, but we are going to take a 5-minute potty break, or just break. So we'll be back in a few minutes because some of us need coffee and water up here. We'll take a 5-minute break. All right, if we could get council back up here so we could continue. All right, well, we'll bring it back to council, and since I'm the one that put this on there, I got to tell you, in 2016, I voted no on it. Didn't feel we needed it, didn't feel it was necessary, and so forth. So to bring this back to me, I've gone out and done some research, some learning of the matter, and I was like the gentleman from Chihuahua. Chihuahua? Oh, I'm from Chihuahua. Anyway, we had similar parents because what they painted a picture of me was the same thing, right? But I have been out there, and a couple of things that drove me to put this back on was that I was getting directional requests from both sides. Shut the illegal ones down, don't bring it in. When are you going to bring the illegal ones in so we can maybe get rid of the illegal ones and help the city support, give the city some support with the financial benefits if there are. But one of the things that I've always said, if we're going to spend $1 million to make $1.1 million, I don't know if that's beneficial for our city. So that's yet to be determined. But I also looked at the will of the people. You know, over 51% voted for this. So that was eye-opening to me at the time when I voted no on it. I go, whoa. And especially in Fullerton, which I thought was a little more conservative than that, but I was wrong. So I wanted to bring this back so we can just have an open discussion and see what's out there, see if it'll work, and gain some knowledge. So with that said, I would like to see some of these directions put forward and bring it back a second time so we can get some of our questions answered, get some more information on it, and see what are the benefits, what are the costs. I know without some of these specific directions, we really don't know what, don't know, but it'll give us a little more guidance, a little more information as to say yes or no. But anyway, so just needed to let you know that I brought it up, but I voted no on it back in '64. Now I'm ready to take a look at it and see what can we make it work, and go from there. And I was surprised at the 25-foot limit between the residential area. So we'll have to look at that if we bring this back. But with that, I'll Councilman Zuzara.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I know this is one of those. I'll tell you, this is one of those times when I think, why did I get myself into here, right? This is a tricky subject because you've got 53% voted yes in the city and 47% voted no. So pretty much half and half. So you got half the population saying we want this and half the population saying we don't want this. What do you do up here? We're brainstorming with you, right? But here's what I know. And I'll tell you this. I am not a user. I don't use it. I do have a condition of chronic pain, something I've stated before. But I still choose not to use it. But there are people who choose to use it. It is a valid medication, and it has been studied many times, and a lot of people choose to use it. So just wanted to state that up front. The way I see things is that this is about policy. This is about sound policy. This is about making the right choice for government. It's about creating laws and regulations. There is there are people who would view this as a moral argument. Some people would say it's immoral. Some people would believe that it leads to other things. Others don't. There's also data and scientific evidence that has shown that it is not a gateway drug. I studied medicine. Part of it is study addiction. And tobacco is 10 times more carcinogenic than marijuana. Alcohol has more harm on the body in liver disease and kidney disease than cannabis does. So the scientific argument is that it is not a harmful substance as other substances that are legal. And then you look at history. I like history. So you look at the past. So there was a period in 1920 when alcohol was prohibited in the United States, right? It was prohibition. So what happened between 1920 and 1933? Alcohol became black market, became an illegal substance consumed in alleyways, in illegal bars, and it was manufactured illegally. And what happened? A very famous a product came out of that, which is moonshine, right? That was a very famous alcoholic beverage. But what did moonshine cause? Blindness. And this is because it was illegally made, manufactured, because there was no regulation. So I don't want to make moral arguments here, because this is us making judgment on that, and I don't want to make judgment on anyone. I don't want to make a scientific argument, because the science has already proven out there what the stats are. What I want to make an argument is for public safety. See, we all want, and I absolutely agree with all the folks that came out here and said, we want to protect our kids. That is what I want to protect too. I want to make sure that we have sound policies that protect the quality of the product. Because if what we have right now is marijuana is being sold in our city, whether we like it or not. Right now, if you it is banned currently, but yet you see them everywhere. And where do they pop up? Next to schools. They're selling to minors. That's how they're getting the drugs right now. The drugs. The kids are getting it because there's no regulation. Because these dispensaries, there's no oversight over them, and we don't know what they're selling. We don't. So even if we decide to ban it, we are still going to have a product in our city that is harmful or potentially harmful. So I'd rather have everything in the open. I'd rather know that we as a city has did our due diligence and protected our residents by properly regulating this substance. So we know exactly where they are, and then we can create, just like in Santa Ana did, they created a partnership with the legal cannabis industry and the police to crack down on the illegal dispensaries. And that has been very successful. So I'm not going to talk about the money. The money is a byproduct of this. Yes, we will generate some revenue. But to me, it's about us as the local government being responsible to our residents. And responsible meaning knowing exactly what's going on in our city and making sure that the people who are selling products in our city are safe products. The state has legalized this, not because of certain left-wing or liberal policies. It is because the voters approved it. It was a ballot measure. And I'll tell you, if we don't regulate it here, we are potentially looking at a ballot initiative that's going to come in 2020, where a residents in Fullerton, a group that I know that it's already been talked about, that they're going to put it on the ballot for approval. But what does that mean? That means we as a government are not in control of this ordinance. So then whatever it gets approved and however it's written, we are forced to enforce. And to me, that is not good government. So I want to make sure that we are controlling this. This is about control for me. This is not about a moral argument. I probably won't buy any of this product. The other thing is we have to ensure it's about safety also. It's about the safety of the employees. I want to make a big point on this because right now we don't know who they're hiring as well. The illegal dispensaries. We don't know who they're hiring, how much they're paying them. And so it is important that we put protection mechanisms for the people working in these dispensaries. And that includes a peace labor agreement. That includes background checks. That includes making sure that they are hired from locally, so we can also make sure that they are residents of Fullerton to protect from outsiders coming in. So there's a host of things. So for me, it is really about the public safety. It's about because knowing what we have in our city. The other thing is, how do we do this? There are also educational programs. I was very impressed with this ordinance that it had, or this sample ordinance it had in there, educational programs, because I think we can have these dispensaries, these legal dispensaries, start educating our youth through programs and against drug use, against cannabis use, just like what the tobacco companies do. They have now programs to advertise to help youth understand the negatives of using cannabis, tobacco, and we can do the same thing with cannabis. So I want to make sure that we're doing this right, so that we can protect it. I want it out of our neighborhoods and in places we know and we control. I don't want it to be next to schools, because if we do not do anything, they're still going to be sold next to our schools. And we can't do anything about it. That's the thing. The state law prevents us from arresting anyone. All we can do is give them a $1,000 fine. And what are they going to do? They're paying it. Why? Because they make $30,000 a day. So we are not in control of this, and I think we need to take control of it. So that is what I would like to say for now. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Floor, Mr. Whitaker? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm just happy to. Well, I disagree with a lot of what Councilman Zara said, and I am not a scientist myself, but I have read scientific studies that show just the opposite of what Councilman Zara is talking about. And I think it's interesting, we talk about understanding. We need to regulate this so we know that people are delivering a safe product. As far as I can tell, the current industry is regulating itself. So how we trust that this product is safe, I have no idea. The studies I've read show that marijuana, as of 2001, the THC levels are rapidly increasing, while the CBD levels are rapidly decreasing. I've used CBD oil myself. My mom uses it. I understand the medicinal, value of it, and I have no problem with that. But adding additional drug business to this city when we already have illegal activity that we need to shut down. I don't understand that. The Office of National Drug Control Policy put out a report that lists some very interesting statistics. In 2017, marijuana use per month has increased dramatically more in states that have legalized marijuana than in states that haven't among our youth. In 2017, there was a 40% higher marijuana use among youth aged 12 to 17 in Colorado than in the U.S. average. That jumps to 60% higher in Oregon than the U.S. average, and it's 39% higher in Washington than the U.S. average. And then in 2017, the past year marijuana use among youth aged 12 to 17 was 39% higher in Colorado than the national average, 40% higher in Oregon, and 23% higher in Washington than the national average. I'm struck by the fact that this report cites that Alaska's experiment with legal marijuana in the 1970s demonstrated that an increase in access led to an increase in use. During the 15-year experiment, marijuana use among Alaskan adolescents was double the national average for the same age group. After recreational marijuana was legalized in Colorado, marijuana-related traffic deaths increased by 151%, while overall Colorado traffic deaths increased by 35%. And I already mentioned the potency. I would ask, no matter what this council does, that when this issue comes back to us, more of these studies are included in our packet so the public and this council can understand some of the impacts that have already been established in other states. And I just have to say that of all the things this city could be out in front on, I can't believe this council is choosing marijuana. In the past, the motto of our city has been the education community. And instead now we're choosing to be the drug community. We already have an opioid epidemic. We have a vaping crisis. And now we're talking about welcoming more drug business into our town. If this council decides to move forward with allowing cannabis in town, it'll be without my support. I choose to stand by my own children and the children of this community.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, may I just say a few words since...
Everyone a turn, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, fine.
This floor, Mr. Whitaker.
As has been mentioned, this topic is highly polarized, as we've could tell from a number of the people, public speakers tonight, but also experts on both sides. But I think years and years ago when I worked at the County of Orange, the medical marijuana issue came up in terms of people who had wasting diseases, cancer, various types of adrenal problems or diseases of the sight of the eyes as well.
Glaucoma.
And glaucoma. Thank you. There, we were treated over a very long session at the Board of Supervisors to hundreds of people who came and spoke and very passionately about the benefits that they had received from cannabis over time. And the board, which initially was opposed 4-1, wound up over time moving to where it passed at least the medical marijuana ID card to prevent unnecessary prosecutions of people who are using cannabis for medical reasons. It passed 4-1. The board shifted from 4-1 against to 4-1 for allowing this, which was a way of saving a lot of public resources, which were just being wasted in running people in for prosecution on this on their usage and taking them all the way to courthouse steps before they dropped the charges each time. So that was a clear case, and I have been an advocate of medical marijuana ever since. the other thing that I believe in strongly is that, and I've mentioned it, in this state, a popular initiative, a statewide initiative in this case, a couple of them going back to Prop 218, and then more recently, the voters have spoken, and the voters are the highest level of authority in our state government under our state constitution. The fact that Orange County and Fullerton also supported this measure means that we're dealing with something that is has been approved as a as legal legal activity, even now recreationally legal. So the real question about what we're looking at here is whether or not, again, Fullerton is going to look at the profit potential, so to speak, or at least recovery of costs that are related to the sale and the activity here. I agree with what a couple earlier speakers said, that when we first looked at this a few years back, that in fact our Community and Economic Development Director, Mr. Fowkes, he did some fine work at that time, and some of the concepts and the separations, the limited areas where this was going to be allowed, I thought there was some very good thinking behind that. I had the opportunity also to meet with HDL people who I just found to be extremely professional, very knowledgeable, and certainly I think an outstanding resource. But again, one of my other problems is whenever we sole source something, whenever we just jump in and choose someone that we're dealing with, and it sometimes preempts the ability to find out what else is out there as well. And that's certainly nothing against HDL. So I think that so much of these issues are a matter of timing, and the important thing is what's in the details. As the mayor was surprised to find, even in the sample ordinance here, it's talking about a 25-foot separation from residential areas. And I think it's just showing that we're moving a little swiftly on this right now, where we haven't brought the public along. And I'd be interested in knowing and hearing from the public, both pro and con. I don't understand the urgency of certain of these actions on the part of the council. If Fullerton is going to entertain regulating and allowing and modifying the ordinance to allow these activities within the city, there's still plenty of time if the public is supportive as we go along. In terms of at least hearing what the voters said on those initiatives, my goal would be not to say no or never necessarily, but let's move forward a little bit more carefully as we approach this. The revenue potential, if that's the goal, and I agree with what the mayor said even earlier, if you're going to wind up spending about as much in doing this activity as you receive in revenue, then what's the point? I think there is one thing, Mr. Mayor, that is a point on that, which is this is going to happen. People are going to use marijuana, cannabis in the city, and they are using it recreationally, and that's legal in the state. And certainly people who have medical requirements, they're using it. It's a matter more of convenience and the location, and whether or not it becomes a more normal product in that regard, or whether people have to order it externally and have it shipped into the city, which that could happen also from other sources which are safe and regulated and pretty much highly regulated by those cities where they're coming from. So I just I get a sense, listening to both sides, that we're moving a little bit swiftly on this, and to me the devil is in the details on whatever we do here. But I do have to say once again that to our Community and Economic Development Director, you did some really fine work last time that we dealt with this. But as I recall, that vote came down as to whether or not to ban all these activities in the city. I was the only vote against banning those activities based, again, on the statewide initiative and our local vote as well. But thank you again, some good work on this as well.
And Mr. Whitaker, so when you say we're going too fast, do you have any suggestions of what may be slower or proper?
Well, it seems to me that most of the good work that was done on this last time was kind of set aside, and we're going now with recommendations that that vary from that quite a bit, at least in terms of the limited areas and the separation and such. Now, I understand that we'd have an opportunity to make all those changes, but once you employ experts, consultants, or whatever, very often you go with their recommendations more than what your initial instincts were. I think there is an advantage to having it developed a little bit more internally because we understand this city and we understand the residents and the areas of the city, and so I don't know. I just know that I'm hearing people tonight who are signaling pretty strongly that maybe we're moving a little bit fast.
Thank you. Ms. Flory?
I have a question to ask the chief. During the break, a lady came up to me sitting in the back row right now, and she showed me her iPhone and the Yelp things, and there were at least 20 dispensaries listed on Yelp, one of them being in Orange Fair Mall. So when you catch wind of an illegal dispensary, as all dispensaries are currently illegal, what happens when you get that complaint?
So generally, if we're the first to receive it, we'll pass it on to the community development through code enforcement, and they're the kind of the tip of the spear as it relates to Fullerton in taking the lead on the investigation, supported fully by the police department throughout the process. And I think Matt can expand on what they undertake in his department.
Okay, so Matt, what's the timeline for enforcement of a is it an eviction process or a nuisance or what?
So they're treated not unlike any other illegal business. So we immediately take code enforcement action. We go out and investigate. If we find that the dispensary or storefront retail is operating, they get a notice of violation. And then they get a follow-up. They get a second notice of violation, and then we can move to administrative citations. If administrative citations are not being effective, we would go to a declaration of public nuisance, and then ultimately we would either take court action or get an abatement warrant, which allows us to actually go in and physically remove the location.
And
but all of that takes quite some time.
Year and a half, 2 years, what? How long does it?
I think.
I mean, just
quite
to get a court date alone is difficult. You have to do that after you have an administrative hearing, which is conducted at the city level.
The applicant is able to appeal a determination by a public hearing officer regarding the determination of a public nuisance, and so the law affords them an appeal hearing with our planning commission as the appeal body for those determinations. So that takes sometimes as much as 2 or 3 months. They can request an extension of that. So 12 months is not an unreasonable time estimate if a legal business chooses to fight us at every step in the process.
And all the while, they can continue to operate their business.
Not legally, but yes, they
can.
typically continue to operate.
Okay, and the products they sell are not regulated or anything like that.
They are illegal in every sense of the word. So there's no regulation as to what products they're selling or what safety standards, employees, et cetera.
So this is not a matter where the police officer goes in, arrests the owner, and shuts down the business.
There would be only a few scenarios where that would be the case, and it would be related to other criminal activity, not specifically so money laundering, drug trafficking, gun possession. Those things would trigger police action. Mm-hmm. But the mere fact of operating an illegal cannabis dispensary would not typically trigger police action.
Mm-hmm. I was on the council in June 2016, and I recall that city staff had actually created appropriate zoning areas. Is that true, or am I thinking of something else?
So that's correct. So in 2016, when we made the proposal, the buffer separation requirements were only in industrial zones, and it was I believe it was 1,000-foot separation from parks, schools, and residentially zoned property.
And it seemed to me that that the zoning was heavily weighted on the east side around Raymond, between Commonwealth and Orangethorpe in that area, and as well as the western edges of the city. Is that right?
So that's correct. So the land use pattern in Fullerton is such that once you implement those buffer separations, there's only very limited parts of the city where you would have properties that exist outside of 1,000 feet from a park, school, or residentially zoned property.
Right.
And those are predominantly in the southeast part of town and a small portion in the far west part of town.
Okay.
And yes, and a very small section north of Imperial.
Well, Pastor Villacana opened up our city council meeting this afternoon by, he's from the Fireside Church. He said tonight that our decisions tonight are in service to the glory and grace of God. And I rarely invoke the name of God. In fact, I don't think I ever have. But I ask myself if rushing this decision through tonight would be in the service of the glory of God. I don't think so. And I have wandered about the community, and I've asked people for the past month what their feelings are about this. And to tell you the truth, I could argue this issue both ways. Both ways. My husband has a number of health issues, and there was a time when we were at the Bud and Bloom down in Santa Ana, and I totally get what Kitty says. It's a beautiful operation. They are very specific about the identification they want. I just wanted to go in with him and see what the skinny was. What did it look like? What did it feel like? And I had to present my ID, and they took down all the information and all that stuff. So I was fairly impressed with it. It was a very clean, well-run operation, and you could see everybody there. Seniors, people who were obviously ill, three-piece suitors, the whole shebang. I met with HDL, and I was very impressed with the presentation that you gave us. This is the paper that I pulled out. The HDL presentation, which was a really good summary of how cities deal with this, has three categories here. To continue the current prohibition, pros and cons, allow or regulate with storefront dispensaries, pros and cons, or allow, regulate, excluding storefront dispensaries, and the pros and cons are listed there. But in the past week, I have done some reading, and one of the things that Mrs. Schuff referred to was the Office of National Drug Policy, a department I did not know about, but as part of the executive branch of the federal government. Now, the federal government has classified marijuana as a dangerous drug, and so I'm sure that there's some biases in this report. But I will have to tell you that a report that sticks out for me, or one of their bullet points, is that for every dollar that Colorado gained in tax revenue from marijuana sales, Coloradans spent over $450 to mitigate the social costs of legalization, and that is what my fear is. We have a downtown bar scene right now that was supposed to plump up the downtown area, and yet the costs of policing downtown have overwhelmed the revenue that we receive from the downtown sales tax. That's an issue. Then I get this NBC News report dated March 29, 2018, and here we're talking about organized crime, human trafficking, transnational criminal organizations willing to invest big money to buy or rent property to achieve even bigger returns, drug rings, how these suspects target states that already have legalized marijuana in an attempt to shroud their operations in our legal environment here and take the marijuana outside of the state. This is an NBC World News report. So all of that makes me want to get some more information before we jump into this. In fact, I would not be averse to another vote on this on the ballot in 2020. The reason being that the city voted for legalization of recreational marijuana by 51.5% in a midterm election, 2018. In the year 2020, we'll have a much bigger population who will weigh in on this issue, and I would be bound by what the voters decided. That said, I believe just about everything that Councilmember Whitaker said here tonight. There's a big part of me that believes what Councilmember Zara said and Councilmember Fitzgerald as well. And that goes back to my own personal uncertainty of bringing this into town without fully understanding what the consequences could be. And I'm not prepared to make that decision tonight.
Mr. Zara, you had.
Yeah. So one of the things that I do agree with with Councilmember Whitaker is that it seems that this was put too hastily, and often in expediency, we make mistakes. So this is not a decision that can be made in one night, and you get everything. And that is not what is presented tonight. So we have to make sure that that is clear. What is presented tonight is, do we engage HDL to do further studies, to present more data? What is lacking here is data. And I know council members have cited different kinds of data, Colorado and so on. In fact, Colorado has adjusted its data since. That was when it first started off. And also the increase in use is because of the increase in actual recording of the data. There was always use of it. So the question is, we need more information. So that is there's a lot missing here. But that is what HDL hopefully will provide over the next during the next session. That is what exactly they are going to be engaged to do. Further studies, bringing back some more detail, and then also making sure that we're addressing a lot of the community issues. I think I was looking at their contract. It is also, part of it is engaging the community and doing public outreach and putting together community groups to actually see the pros and cons. I am not opposed to a ballot initiative if it comes to it. Let's see what the voters say. And although there's a lot of whispering, so our council members are not really hearing what I'm trying to say, and the public is being distracted as well. So I would appreciate a little respect for what I'm trying to say, and I'm agreeing with you, Councilmember Flory, on the ballot initiative, possibly if I'm putting it out to the people.
We're talking about possible solutions to the dilemma. It wasn't any attempt to ignore you.
Right, but I'm speaking, and this is the only time I have to speak. So I'd appreciate a little.
You have my attention.
I listened. So anyway, I lost my trail of thought. But what we are tonight debating is whether to further explore some of this data, some of the nuances, some of the details. It is not approving it tonight. We are not approving anything tonight other than further exploration. And that is what I feel the community needs, and I think this is where what the council needs to gain more knowledge and more information. That's why I started off when I started looking at the ordinance and going at some of the details, and I wanted to provide this information because there's definitely a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of confusing data, and that includes also what other cities' safety data. Looking at some of our neighboring city, I know we're looking at Colorado, but that is a very different community than Orange County. So I'd like to see what the safety numbers in Santa Ana are. I'd like to see what La Habra is and what Long Beach, which is similar, has had this ordinance for a long time. Santa Monica, Pasadena. I'd like to get local data. So if that could be brought back, that would be something that would be good. Also financial data. That is a question. That's a valid question. Is it worth it financially? So this is what we can agree on is that whatever we decide, it is still in our community. Whatever we decide, whether we decide to actually enforce control or just bury our head in the sand. And that's what we did with homelessness, and look where we are today. That's what we did with deferred maintenance on our roads, and look where we are today. I'm sorry, but this is the situation. Either you address this with good policy, or we end up with just kids taking things that we don't even know what it is. Thank you.
So one of the things I heard from both Ms. Flora and Mr. Whittaker was the speed of it, and the fact that we're trying to sole source. So would it be I guess agreeable if we would slow it down by doing an RFQ to see if there's other consultants out there? It'll slow it down a bit and give us time to get the data, the local data, get the maybe some more education on our part.
I think I'd like to start with the community, though, like some study sessions at the community center where we can hear from more members of the community. Councilmember Whittaker has indicated that was very effective in consolidating opinion on the County Board of Supervisors, and I just don't feel like I've heard from enough people yet.
Okay, well then, just a couple of things that where I was getting at was that this has been going on since 16 and 17 when we were in 17 when we voted. Where was that thing to prohibit everything? There was an understanding that this was going to be brought back. So, and that's one of the reasons I brought it back. I said we had stated when was this?
September 2017.
Yeah, it was like, well, we're going to bring it back within 6 months. We never did. So it's been almost 2 years since then. So it was like, where's the data? What's going on? But, I understand. I can get that, maybe it does feel like it's going too fast. But if we need some community input, we can go ahead and create those community forums, community outreach, and then maybe continue this to the spring. It'll give us a chance to do a few public outreach, education, and then.
Okay, how many people here in the audience feel like we could use some more information? One person, 2, 3 people. That's it.
Mr. Mayor?
Nobody else needs more information.
Mr. Domer?
Mr. Mayor, the one thing, the recommended action tonight is a resolution of intent. It's not the actual ordinance or anything, so it's just the intent to kind of consider amendments. One of the things that I would suggest to council is if they want more information, then we go ahead with the arrangement with HDL, commit to a series of 3 to 5 community meetings over the next several months to bring it back at by March or so to the city council with that information. During that time, collect from you all some of the information that you're looking for. Look at that statistics from other states, other cities. During this time, if we do not get direction on kind of the checklist that's in front of you right now, the 2 pages, then through the community meetings, try to solicit that information from the community also, just so that we can bring back to you more information so a decision potentially is either easier made or at least you understand what the community is looking at with separation distance, what type of activities, and items like that. But that is something that we can most certainly do.
So we can break the recommended actions. We can maybe move forward with the first one, adopt the resolution.
Yeah, so it's a resolution of intention. It's just saying you're intending to do it. It's part of our process.
Okay.
Some cities don't even have that ROI process.
Right.
So it's not committing the city council to anything. What I would recommend is actually both actions, which is to also allow me to enter into an agreement so we can have some consultancy support as we go forward, and most specifically we don't have the staffing and the expertise on staff. So that's one thing that would help us move it, get the information, and bring that valuable information back to you.
And Councilmember Flora, would that?
Yeah, I'm just quickly reading over the ordinance.
Okay.
And again, and the ordinance is just an example. It's
Right.
That's not even
Yeah.
on the recommended action
Right.
tonight.
So we could adopt the first two items and give more direction, and then get the direction during our community forums, in essence, our public outreach.
Yes, because the resolution of intention is actually a bunch of whereases.
Right.
And then the now, therefore, is that the City Council declares its intention to consider amendments to Title 15 of the Fullerton Municipal Code provisions applicable to commercial cannabis, that there's no possibility that the resolution of intention in and of itself will have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore the action is not subject to CEQA. That's
Yeah.
just the resolution of intent.
I can support that.
Okay. All right, then. Well, then,
Could you explain, because there was a lot of conversation there, could you just define what we're what's going to happen right now?
well, we're going to vote, hopefully vote on, can you put those, the recommended actions on?
So this is a motion to vote on the recommended action?
To
It's
vote
two
on.
sentences.
Yeah.
I can read it.
Yeah.
That the City Council declare its intention to consider amendments to Title 15 of Fullerton Municipal Code provisions applicable to commercial cannabis. Consider. That's it.
Yeah.
And number two, that there is no possibility that the resolution of intention in and of itself will have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore this action is not subject to CEQA.
So that's part of the resolution of intention. The two recommended actions that I would suggest is the top two that are currently on the screen right now. But what it sounds like is at this time, you do not want to provide the policy direction on
Right.
the type, number, location, regulatory mechanism.
Right.
So we would just go with the top two. The adopt the resolution of intent, and then authorize myself to enter into the professional services agreement with HDL.
And where is when is this? When do you think the timeline to bring this back?
That's open to you, but to put together up to 3 or 5 community meetings, if we can, second meeting of March.
Can I entertain the idea of also bringing back an option for a ballot initiative?
At that time, so any ballot initiative for November 2020 would need to be by the first week of August, so we clearly have enough time at that point.
And ballot initiative for what purpose, for what?
To, if there is disagreement and let's say community, because remember, yes, we're going to do community meetings, but we had a huge community meeting called voting back in 2018, in which 53% of people voted for it. 52%.
All right, well,
I don't know what that is now. And so we could ask the voters, if we disagree, let's ask the people.
Well, I think if we continue this
That's
until...
an option.
Well, if we continue this until March, like we're suggesting, that would still give us time if we are still in disagreement. It would give us, between March and August to put it on there. So I don't know if I want to entertain that thought right now until maybe March, when we can, again, we have till August to put something on the ballot.
It helps us from now prepare for this, because I think we want to give staff enough time. So, and then also it helps us in the community meetings if the community that comes out are only the ones from that 49% that opposed it and are the ones who came out, and that's all we heard. So we need to have something where we put it out to the entire community. So I would ask that this comes back as in that form as well.
So then we would adopt item 1 and item 2 up here and include in March to discuss a ballot initiative.
Correct.
Mr. Whitaker?
Well, it's a little contradictory, I think, when you talked about we should provide the leadership up here, but then secondarily we need to kick it back to the people in an initiative of some sort. So, it was a statewide initiative that, in both cases, which have gotten us where we're at right now. On the city level, I guess you'd be talking about more of an advisory vote from the public, or
It
what?
would be to vote on an ordinance that possibly this council could not reach a consensus on.
You only need 3 votes. You're not getting 5 on this.
And it's the time pressure to try to nail down 3 votes like right now this evening, I think, is really the problem here. And you're very quickly deciding if that path is blocked, then we'll just go around it. And while 3 votes can do that on this council, it's just very contradictory, is what I'm hearing. So,
have at it.
So, yeah, well, then I will move to adopt the resolution, the first bullet and the second bullet, and then bring this item back in March, at which time we can see what direction we'll take. We'll keep the ballot initiative up until then, and we can always, if we need to, bring that back. So I'll move for the first 2 items to get us started on this, and then by March, bring it. Second meeting in March, you said, Mr. Dahmer?
Yes.
No, I said I would second that.
Second, all right. So there's been a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
no.
All right, it moves 3-2, and thank you. All right, which brings us back to item 10. Where's item 10 at?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I would like to bring forward Anissa Livas with the city manager's office to present this item.
You know what? I'm going to ask that we go to number 11 next because we have a consultant here for the airport.
All right, there's no
And the
objection?
other one, I doubt there will be any public comment on it.
All right, let's do 10
Okay,
then.
with that, I'm going to bring up Brendan O'Reilly, our airport director.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, I'm sleepy. I'm just trying to get it. It's past my bedtime.
That's
I give it.
airport terminal rehabilitation.
Thank you.
Yep. Consent calendar items that were pulled or moved to the end. So we're at the regular item that you have, the terminal.
My mistake. Okay. Yeah.
Just minimize that. You can come back to it later.
Anissa, help him.
What was your presentation? I'm sorry.
That was it.
That was it.
Oh, shoot.
The rehabilitation that you just had. That. Yep.
Okay. We're missing the mayor. Am I okay to
Yep,
go?
please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Maybe this topic be a little less loaded.
Loaded. No pun intended.
Sorry.
Fantastic, Brendan. You've been waiting to use that all night. Exactly.
Okay. As some of you know, we back in 2016 came to the council for approval to do phase 2 of the airport terminal rehabilitation. We let's see. Wow, I'm having major trouble tonight.
Just gonna click outside.
Yeah. Yeah. Should know that. Okay. Phase 1 rehabilitation, as you might remember, was completed in November 2015, along with the Wings Cafe. We opened at the same time. The next phase was to include a meeting area. That's what we're sorely missing down at the airport. So we went ahead. We got approval from the council to get the architects and engineers on board with CNS companies. And we moved ahead into doing an analysis of how that concept was going to look. We did show some renderings. I think everybody was in favor. We went to the Planning Commission, and we're moving ahead full steam. Unfortunately, oh man, I did it again. I'm sorry. I'll fix it this time. I think. Wow, sorry. I'm not used to this computer. That's what the renderings were looked like, and it was just the meeting area in front there. So, unfortunately, the analysis from the engineers and architects said this would be an overly complicated and very costly project. We'd have to remove the entire roof. We'd have to shut down the new restaurant that had only been open 2 years, which would basically kill them. We would have to put the air traffic controllers most likely out in a mobile facility, all things that are bad for the airport. So we decided to step back, take a look at this, and not move forward. Oh my gosh. I'm really sorry, you guys. I'm very sleepy. I was in a wedding Sunday night, and I'm still recovering. Anyways, we decided we need to go ahead with a brand new building next door, cheaper, easier, able to meet current code compliance much more easily. So that's what we're here for today. We've completed the preliminary design, and I want to bring David Grantham up, if he's still here. On the other side. There he is. Hey, maybe you'll do better than me tonight. And he can talk about the benefits and the plan moving ahead and show you some good pictures.
Okay, so bottom line is we intended to, when we came to council initially to do the phase 2 with the new building, we were only going to do what we call design development, which is initial design. Part of that, the agreement was to then come back to council, which we're doing tonight, to show you what we came up with and go through the process we want to continue, hopefully move this project forward. So, what we've come up with, let me see where this is going. It's a little hard to see, but I got a couple exhibits here. So essentially, we got the existing building where it says existing terminal. To the west, to the left of that is where we are proposing to put a new building. As part of that, there will be some significant site modifications that are required, parking lot, driveways, relocations, but really it'll help circulation for the traffic coming in and out of there, plus loading and unloading for people wanting to use the airport. This shows it a little better, the real impacts to the existing site. One thing to point out, we are proposing to do a little patio for the Wings Cafe to help increase their revenues. And the biggest thing I think we want to talk about is what the building will involve. So it's a 2-story building. On the bottom floor, we are currently proposing offices. They're kind of broken up into 3 large areas. So at least 1 or maybe 2 of those areas will be utilized by the airport staff. If they don't take over all 2 of them, we've got potentially 2 offices that could be leased to the public. On the second floor, we got a large multi-purpose room that can be split into 3 separate rooms if need be. There is an outside balcony area that has a view over the airfield. That multi-purpose room will be available to lease by the public. Obviously, we're built in the restrooms, elevators, storage, a little kitchen for food services as need be. So as you go through, this is what the rendering would look like. We're going to do some minor improvements to the existing terminal building, basically facade improvements, hide the equipment up there, do some aesthetic features to the front of it that don't impact the structural integrity of the building, and especially the tower. The existing building is very old, so if we start touching it, we kind of get into a bit of a can of worms. Here's looking basically eastward. And then on the air side, The intent is, as you can see, the balcony there, the people walking there, those big windows would actually act very similar to like a garage door. They would kind of roll up, so you could have this indoor-outdoor feeling as you're in that balcony area. And you can see the offices on the bottom. Okay, guess I'm talking about revenues. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I think the biggest perhaps question that would come from this is why are we spending so much money at the airport and not on roads and those things and other programs? And this is why, because we're bound by the airport compliance handbook that all revenues made on the airport are spent on the airport, and they have to be directly related to air transportation. So I can't even pave Commonwealth in front of the airport without getting into trouble. And when I say trouble, I mean losing our AIP grant eligibility, which would inevitably close the airport in future years. So we don't ever want to do anything like that. So I just added that slide to answer that question of why can't we use some of that airport money, and we can't do it. So these are the recommendations we're asking for tonight. I'll go through really quick. Approve the design concept. Authorize staff to use the design build process. Authorize Public Works we need a professional service agreement for CNS companies who develop the preliminary design to carry over the bridging documents. And also we did a separate RFP for the CEQA component of this, and they happen to win that quite handily also. So we would also need a professional services agreement with them to do the CEQA, either mitigated negative declaration or initial study. And finally, how we're going to pay for this is through a Caltrans loan, which is a low interest loan made specifically for general aviation airports. So I did meet with Ellis to make sure we are financially solvent for this. Basically, we built a bunch of hangars on the north side, I believe 45 hangars. That was a $6.2 million project. That finished in 2008. We were making the last debt service payment on that in March, and then we're free and clear of those. And that debt payment has been $567,000 a year for the last 15 years. We had no issues making that payment. Ellis ran some projections for us at typical interest rates on a 17-year loan with Caltrans. We would add about $70,000 annually to the debt service. I'm totally comfortable with it. Ellis, I think, was comfortable with it. And we're very fortunate to be in this position. But coming back to, sorry for the slow start, but this, I believe, is really going to wake up the west side of the city, and it's certainly going to put the airport on the map as far as user friendliness. The biggest problem down there, in my opinion, I've been there 6 years now, it's a very stratified airport. There's a lot of different groups doing a lot of good things, Civil Air Patrol, the Pilot Association, meetings for myself, Rotary groups, all kinds of different community organizations, and they're meeting around the airport but in different places. This would really provide the nucleus, the home base for the airport, and I would love to see more city activity down there as well. And the new building, as you saw, is pretty impressive looking. We're looking at the design build process. We're hoping to save quite a bit of money, actually. So $8.5 million was the very high, very conservative figure we used. I don't expect to spend that much at all. Actually, probably we're going to be coming in the $6.5 million range. So again, no impact to the general fund, all airport revenue. And again, we're in a very good position to be here and be able to do something like this. So I ask for your approval tonight.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I know we want to hear from the public, but I'd move the item. And Brendan, I thank you very much for your hard work and your commitment to our airport.
All right. Well,
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion to second. Any questions before we go to public?
Brenda, did you prepare the staff report, or did Ms. McMwade?
I did, and she reviewed. So
you did a really
joint
good
effort.
job of it. I mean, it was well explained.
Oh,
so thank you.
And David helped too.
Thank you, David.
All right. So at this point, any public comments? All right. Since no one's rushing to the dais, we'll to the podium. We'll bring it back to council. Questions, comments from council?
Mr. Mayor, just
Yes.
one comment. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you very much for all the work that you are doing for the city and for the airport. I know you're very passionate about this, and it shows in this presentation and all the work that you've been doing. So, thank you for everybody who worked on this. I am actually quite excited that we're going to have a fantastic looking airport that's going to hopefully revive that area. That is an area that I have been looking at to see how we can revive, and I think you are right in saying that this is going to be the first step in that. So I'm very supportive of this. Thank you.
And thank you for your efforts. I know when I first got on council, we met and talked, and you had shared that vision with me about the addition. And I remember I went back to you and asked you, and then you said, well, there's been some issues. So I'm glad those got resolved, and we're doing this, and I think it will be a great addition to the city, the airport, and to the community. Like so we've talked, we're trying to figure out a way to revitalize that area. So just a question on the building. What's the square footage of the second floor? So if you want to rent it for a quinceañera, I need to know how big a party to throw.
I think they're both about 4,500 square.
4,500? Okay. Good. All right.
So you could fit about 150 family and friends.
Small quinceañera. All right. All right, good. Mr. Whitaker?
I'd add more, but you look sleepy. So we'll just move forward then.
All right. All right. There's been a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right. 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 10 now?
Yeah.
All right. Item 10.
Going back to
See, I knew he was sleepy.
Well, he's got one more item. So coming back to item 10, Anissa Levis from the city manager's office.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I promise to be brief. I know we're getting late here. I'm going to be talking about our current donation solicitation efforts and some potential options to establish a more comprehensive donation program within the city of Fullerton. Oh, I did the same thing. Okay. So a little bit of background. Mayor Silva and Councilmember Zara requested that staff review current and potential future donation programs. So a little overview. We've consistently for the past 2 fiscal years received around $19,000 in donations for a lot of different city health programs, from the July 4th celebration to, I wrote it down, for our Fullerton Downtown Market and a couple other programs. I did want to make a note that it wasn't on the staff report, but police and fire do on occasion receive additional donations, anywhere from $50 to $1,000 throughout the year. They're inconsistent, but they're for the occasional supplies and general operations for those departments. Currently, we don't have a donation program. The donations that we receive consistently for events are kind of strategically solicited for, but there is no general comprehensive process of how we go about receiving and managing donations. So with that said, we need to improve our effort and find some solutions to get some more money. I think this item was brought forward because we all understand that there are a lot of projects and programs that are currently underfunded. For example, we are looking for potential options to decorate our downtown area, but there is no general fund availability to put some nice ribbons and lighting and stuff to improve our downtown area for the holiday season. So a couple things that we can do now that wouldn't require any funding is one, to establish a webpage on the city website explaining to the public how they can go out and donate to potential events or causes that are of interest to them within the city. A lot of people want to donate, visitors, residents, people who come to council meetings, but they just don't know the proper way of doing so. So just putting that education on the city website is a great first step. Another solution is to piggyback off of already budgeted outreach. So this fiscal year, we've already set amounts for marketing and materials for some of our events. So just simply taking an allocation of some of that already established funding. When we put a flyer out there talking about, Winterfest, for example, we can ask for donations and how to send in a check for those donations. We can also utilize our current services like Fullerton Connect and the water billing. So, two options to go forward in the future for your consideration to establish a donation program I'm going to talk about next. The first is to partner with a fiscal sponsorship. One nonprofit organization that we have made contact with is with 1OC. 1OC provides volunteer training and consulting and business services for nonprofits to help them become more efficient and effective. They utilize already established networks to help generate more resources for local nonprofits. They're a certified service enterprise, which means that they are effective in volunteer engagement and process improvement and have effectively improved bottom line impacts. So with an organization like 1OC, the real benefit of partnering with someone like them is that they will go in and they will manage the donations. They will manage the marketing of how we go about soliciting donations for any city program that the council or the public really highlights as a priority. So an agreement with someone like a fiscal sponsorship would look somewhere along the lines of $1,000 annually, with up to 25% of donated funds going to that fiscal sponsor. This is just a preliminary kind of talk with 1OC. An agreement with another similar organization could look a little bit differently, but the advantage that I want to hone in on with this fiscal sponsorship is that they already have an established network and they can manage donations and programs and market for any event or program that we see fit, and can get the ball rolling immediately with that. The next option that the City Council has asked to explore is establishing a community foundation. This involves the formation of board members. You need 5 of them. It would also require that staff member be designated to initiate and manage affairs. You would need basically staff within City Hall to work with the City Attorney's Office in putting together articles of incorporation and just getting all of that paperwork ready for a formation of board of directors.
Anissa, doesn't
Yes.
the Orange County Community Foundation help cities create their own foundations? I think the Orange County Community Foundation is something that
that
you
is one
should
of
look at.
the similar organizations that we want to look at.
Uh-huh.
And as we're looking at this, we want to build upon the base that we have right now, which is, again, what Anissa talked about, some of the current programs, some of the current fundraising efforts and using the water billing. The Community Foundation of Orange, 1OC, which is also Orange County based, would be looked at for that.
And the
next,
Orange County Community Foundation.
And the Orange County Community
which
Foundation.
is different than the City of Orange Community Foundation, which I would also recommend we look at too.
So those would be, and the benefit of them is they do all the work and all the background and take care of the tax exempt status. A community foundation, I've been with a city when we've initiated a community foundation, is a lot of work. And quite frankly, we don't have the staffing right now. So we're putting it in here as that kind of Cadillac, but doing those first 2 steps to include those nonprofit organizations that are already out there are something that we would recommend that we bring back further information if, based on the success of just enhancing our current efforts right now.
Right. And if I can just piggyback a little bit off of what Ken said, the previous city I worked for was actually in the middle of establishing a community foundation. And one thing that ended up as a result of that is that they actually put forward an additional position, an additional staff member to assist with the formation of this foundation. So a lot more resources, time need to go into establishing something like this. So that's really the point I'm trying to drive home with a community
That's the only
foundation.
model of establishing a community foundation? In Orange, do they have city staff? that support that community foundation? I understood it was completely independent.
They are big. There's a point. They're big enough and they have enough resources that they can staff their own. So in Villa Park, it was supported by staff, but they had a good community. In Placentia, when we started one there, it was city staff through the Community Services Department that primarily supported it. The board of directors were believe initially it was the city council, but it depends. So you can have city staff do it. When it matures enough, you can evolve it out to where you get an executive director and they're doing enough fundraising. And then, of course, you're utilizing some of the donations to support that staffing, the administrative functions. So that's one of the issues about using the Community Foundation of Orange or 10C is they provide all that staffing and administrative support for you. That's where the base of $1,000 or up to a certain percentage of the donations coming in, that's the admin cost.
So with that said, the recommendation before you is to augment our current donation solicitation and management efforts, updating the city's website, and just being a little bit more strategic about how we go about soliciting for donations. So if we know an event is coming up, we can piggyback off of marketing material to ask for donations for that event or for a future event or program. And also we are just looking for some direction on what kind of donation program you would like to see, whether you would like for us to further research an option with a fiscal sponsor or to further research on the formation of a community foundation or public benefit corporation is also the terminology used.
All right, questions?
Yeah, what I would like to see you do is start a little bit slower and do the city-managed donation programs first, explore that, and then gather information about the fiscal sponsorship.
Yeah. Okay.
Find out what their costs would be and everything, and then bring that back to council to take a look at.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that.
How fast? Sorry, Mr. Mayor. How fast can we bring back more information on 10C? Because I think this is a very well established, or another fiscal sponsor, because this is these are well established organizations, and I think their information is very transparent. I mean, they have established websites and programs. So how fast can we bring this? And the reason I ask this is because we do have a lot of projects like the Lemon Bridge murals that need to move forward, and right now we basically are just missing the money. There are plenty of community members out there who have indicated that they are willing to put money into it. And but it helps if we have an actual mechanism. Same thing with our holidays are coming up, and I honestly would love to see Christmas back in our town in celebration of our holidays. I think it's a good season to celebrate, and it's good for business. So I'd like to see us move forward really swiftly on this.
Okay.
And so I think you did a good job in this presentation, and I would be in favor of the recommendations, but in addition to start quickly on a fiscal sponsorship, because that is the easiest way and the most cost-effective way to do this, and then gradually looking into a foundation, setting up a foundation for long-term.
Okay.
So that's where I would stand on this.
So what would be a timeline?
Well, I'm giving her more and more stuff to do each day that she's here. She's been here for about maybe 3 weeks now, but I'll commit her to the second meeting in November to bring back information on the fiscal sponsorship programs. But in the interim, we'll be moving rapidly on developing. The one model we saw was it was for the city of San Francisco. It was give2sf.org. And so it's a full portal page where people have information about the programs and the ability to donate and all that stuff. So we look to replicate something like that here.
So give Fullerton?
Yeah, give to Fullerton. So enhance our water billing and information that is sent out there. So we're going to move forward with that, specifically on bringing Christmas back to Fullerton. We've already actually started meeting on that. And then there is an opportunity that Community Parks and Rec, the museum was working, because there's a Hispanic mural exhibit coming to the museum, and they were going to be contacting Higgy Vasquez about a specific night and a fundraising opportunity for continuation work on the mural. So there's a lot of opportunities coming up, so we'll move on both those.
Okay.
All right. All right, thank you.
All right, then, so there's been a motion and
I'll
second?
I'll second, yeah, but we still have public comment.
No, yeah, all right, so we'll go to public comments.
Okay, whose motion is it?
Well, I'll make
It
the
was yours.
motion.
Okay,
Oh.
my motion was the
To-
city-managed donation program and the physical exploration of the physical.
And then we'll bring
the
back
fiscal
by
sponsorship.
By the second meeting in November, we'll bring back some data on the fiscal sponsorships. All right.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
And, all right, so there's no public comment, we'll bring it back to council. Any other comments? Motion and a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, good job.
Thank you.
That was that. 11's done. 12.
Pulled items then? Oh, city managers.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Gretchen Beatty, Director of Human Resources. This evening, you have before you for your consideration a proposed amended and restated employment agreement for your city manager, Kenneth Domer. Mr. Domer was hired as city manager in July of 2017. You entered into an agreement with him at that time. Earlier this year, in about February of 2019, there was an amendment made to that agreement to make some changes to switch the time period in which you do his annual performance evaluation. That process was recently completed, and the proposed agreement in your agenda packet tonight is an outgrowth of that, the conversations that followed that process. Very quickly, if you look in your packet, there's a red line copy of the prior agreement that highlights the changes that are proposed, as well as some changes that came from consolidating the original agreement with the amendment that was made in February.
Gretchen, this is the third time this has come before us, so I'm going to move the recommendation.
And I'll second.
Okay.
Gretchen, you do great work. I'm telling you, you do.
Yes.
All right, so a motion and a second, but we'll go out of public comments first. All right, seeing none, should we wait for the Mayor Pro Tem?
We can wait, and in the meantime, I'd like just to say something.
I won't take it personally if you vote without her.
All right, well then,
I would like to say something. I'd like to thank Ken for doing an outstanding job. First of all, in really being fiscally responsible and balancing the budget this year, but mostly for putting up with 5 council members who have very different opinions often, and then trying to manage that. So with that, I'm very happy that you are our city manager, and that is why it is with pleasure that we support this. I'm vamping as much as I can.
Okay.
But
I move
meant
the question.
Should we
I'll
move
move
it?
the question.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 In favor? Aye, 5-0, all right, excellent. All right, and now we come back to our consent items. Well, which one do you want to, well, we'll do it in order. Number 6, right? Number 6, Mr. Zara.
Yes. Which one is 6? Sorry.
Graffiti.
The graffiti. So one of the it was just really one of the concerns I had on this is that I wanted to see the questions I had is that could we do a better job and more economic job doing it internally versus externally versus contracting out, and we don't have really, there was no comparison, and I'm wondering if there is a reason why we didn't put together a comparison study, a financial study to see can we do this in-house. Not that they haven't been doing a good job. The second question I had was since we are moving forward with public art and murals and so on, there have been in the past in other cities incidences in which murals had been ruined because the contractors weren't really familiar with what the value of the murals. So when there was a little graffiti on there, they went in and just wiped the whole thing out and destroyed the murals. So one of the things is, if we move forward with this, I'd like to hear your comments on doing it internally versus contracting out, but also if we do move forward with this, that we make sure that we are communicating to our contractor that there are certain conditions and to take certain care when it comes to murals, because a lot of times this is going from the apps, right? So they just get a service call and they go out, and so to be a little bit more specific about these service calls. Okay. So.
Council members are, in terms of the in-house versus outsourcing, we looked back at when we originally outsourced this particular service, and the costs at that time were $200,000 for us to do it in-house. That was in 2012. So if our costs several years ago were higher than the current contract costs, we didn't do a very detailed analysis of it. We made the assumption that our costs would have potentially grown by virtue of personnel costs growing and equipment costs growing.
Okay. Thank you. And then I hope that you take into consideration the public art. Sometimes it's not even just on murals, but it's on other places as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do remember that book. I think Sharon was on it, and it was I recall saving a lot of money when that happened. And we couldn't keep pace with the graffiti back then. So thank you for this.
And I'll say anecdotally anyway, I find them completely responsive. I am quite often through the My Fullerton app reporting graffiti on our trails and along the streets, and I find it taken care of almost within a day. So I've been personally really pleased with their response. And I'd move the item subject to public comments. Second.
All right. Public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Opposed? None. There we go. Number 7, General Aviation Minimum Standards for Fullerton Municipal Airport. Yeah, Mr. Zara?
Yeah, I just, and I know it's late and I know you're sleepy, and I apologize for pulling this. If I knew, it might have been different. But the only thing is that this is something that we're not as familiar with as far as the detail and the depth, and it is a policy for the city that we're enacting tonight. So I just felt that it would be appropriate for us to kind of get at least a presentation on this and how you got to this really massive document that I started reading, and it was really quite alien to me in some sense.
Yeah, we'll go through it here, and oh my gosh, I don't gel with this computer at all. Okay, it'll make perfect sense when you see it in here. Is that not coming?
And then all you need to do is just hit spacebar. No, hit spacebar to go forward. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we contracted with the leader in this kind of thing for airports, not only in the U.S. but throughout the world, AMCG, Airport Management Consultant Group. So we've been working on this just over a year. So basically, this sets minimum requirements for people who want to do business at the airport. So I guess the key is that this only affects people who want to do business at the airport. It doesn't affect your everyday citizens of Fullerton. Mm-hmm. So it's a very small population that we're talking about here. So what it does is basically set the bar, an even bar. It levels the playing field. This protects our commercial operators that are doing business currently, and it only allows legitimate businesses to come on. Because the predicament that we can get ourselves into is, per FAA guidance, if we have room to allow, say, a flight school that wants to come and do business at the airport, if we can prove that it's an unsafe operation, we can tell them, sorry, go away. If we have room to house them, we can't do that. Otherwise, we're being discriminatory. So this really gives us a tool to vet out those businesses that are coming in and saying, hey, I want to do business at your airport. Because the last thing you want to do is have a business that's in aviation, undocumented. Perhaps the pilots aren't certified properly. The maintenance is huge. And then if there's an accident, it looks bad on not only the airport, but the entire city.
I have a feeling we have experience with that.
We do have experience. Well, mostly pilot error, honestly, on those things. But this is very much a protection factor for us. And I'll be frank with you, this should have been done 15, 20 years ago. It just didn't get done. It's an awful lot of work, and it wasn't free. So I'm glad that we're here today now. We've put a lot of time into it. But mostly, let's talk about the process. Just to be quickly here, these are the main services you're going to see at a GA airport. I don't care to explain those unless you want me to.
No.
Makes sense, right?
Makes sense.
So the process, and this is why I brought our consultant Bob in to help talk about this, and I'll bring him up quickly, but I want to first go through where we're at. So there's the timeline. Like I said, it's been about a year. This is the final draft is actually the 5th draft. So it's been through the ringer, so to speak, the public process. So it is Greek to non-aviation people, but this really is standard housekeeping for GA airports. Here's an example. If a charter operator wanted to come and do business at the airport, this is actual text from the minimum standards. So basically, it's going to give the definitions of what we in the FAA know to be a charter operator. We're going to talk about the leased premises that are required. So you're obviously going to need space to do your business. You're going to need hangar space, ramp space, a customer service area, all those things you would expect to see from a legitimate business. Of course, we're going to go through the licenses, the certifications, and most importantly, the insurance. Similarly, for an independent maintenance operator, we have 2 maintenance shops on the field, but at times people want to come and do somewhat specialized, like for instance, older biplanes are made out of fabric and wood. That's a very specialized maintenance operation that somebody at the field may not provide. This would allow a legitimate and licensed and certified operator to come in and do that specific type of maintenance. So I'll bring Bob up because he came all the way from Thousand Oaks, and he is not only a friend of mine now. We've worked through quite a bit over the last year, but he's actually a mentor. He ran Santa Monica Airport for 17 years and a few other airports, and highly regarded guy, and I was really fortunate to get to work with him before he retires. But come on up, Bob, and talk about the process of how we got here, please. There you go.
Thank you, Brendan. Mayor, City Council, my name is Bob Trimborn. I'm with Aviation Management Consulting Group. I'm a senior consultant. I've known every one of your airport managers going back to Roland Elder. So they're all friends of mine. They're all colleagues of mine. So I'm very intimately familiar with Fullerton Airport. I grew up in Southern California, 14 years old, started flying. I've flown into Fullerton Airport many times with students. I've flown into every airport in Southern California. I retired in 2013 from the airport management business, 30 years in the business, and now I'm a consultant helping airports become better airports and helping a good friend of mine create a much better airport. This document, and I'll be very brief, is what we call primary management compliance document. It basically sets one of the standards at the airport for the minimum entry-level requirements for commercial activity at the airport. It's a fundamental document that all airports should have. Someone comes to Brendan and says, I want to start a flight school there. He just has to pull out this document and says, okay, you have to comply with this. And so to get to this point, it took us a year to get here. It's not something that happens overnight. It's a very methodical process. We go through multiple drafts. It's reviewed by the city attorney. It's reviewed by the public or the stakeholders at the airport. It's a very technical document. We go out looking competitive and comparable airports to make sure that what we come down with is a document that reflects the culture of this airport, that works for this airport, works for the city, and creates a very professionally operated airport. And I'm very thrilled that we're here today. I think it's a great document, and I recommend approval of the document.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any questions from council? No. Public comments? None? We'll bring you back.
Yeah. Thank you, first of all, for indulging me on this, and thank you for council members for also indulging me on this. I appreciate it. It is a little clearer now on the process, and hopefully someday I might be able to read through this. But thank you. I will make the motion to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Number 9, Mr. Zaro.
Forgot what I pulled. So on this one, I really just had a question on, and I think maybe this is a technical question. I have no issues with the actual itself. I think it's needed. My question is, we are approving a contract here, but there is no contract. And so I don't know if this is missing, or and I've seen on occasion that we have on consent calendar some of these items. Sometimes they include a contract, but then often they don't. And this is such a large number that I felt that maybe there should have been a contract attached to this. So I just want to know the reasoning. That's all.
Often with CIP contracts, the base contract is very straightforward and simple. It's approved by the city attorney, but the corresponding documents that feed into that oftentimes are inches thick, as well as lots of plans. So in the past, we haven't included them for that reason, but we are talking about how to do that for transparency reasons, whether it's through a link or something else.
Yeah, I think even if it's just a little bit more explanation even on that, and saying here it is digitally, it is, again, for transparency and also for a better understanding. So I was just a little confused why there wasn't something attached here with such a large number. And I understand it also is the case with another item, but that was a smaller number, and I figured, okay, this is at the discretion of the city manager, but with this one. But thank you for the explanation. I hope that in the future we can figure this out. Thanks.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll make the motion.
All right.
I know
we'll second. Any public comments? See none. Bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. And with that, I would like to indulge one more 30 seconds. I would like to take a moment of silence for the 12 individuals, homeless people who passed away this September. So if you would join me, please. Thank you very much. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.